Okay, I think let me begin. I'm speaking on behalf of mass students as the first speaker. Okay, me, I would like to have more knowledge on how to integrate AI into my day-to-day activities. Thank
Integrating integrating AI with daily activities. Okay, that's interesting. It makes you actually a little more productive. Anyone else?
I've just prompted AI to give me what I want, meaning that
Hands-on practical session. Thank you. A hands-on practical session.
Ah, her expectation is a hands-on practical session. Well, as I was reading to everyone the programs, I mentioned us having breakout rooms, right? So in those breakout sessions, we shall have hands-on skills, yeah? Where I'm even hoping some of you came with your laptops. I'm hoping you all came with your laptops because, yeah, you know, some things are better learned by doing. Thank you very much for that input. I need two more ladies. Any other lady? Or should I pick at random? Oh, someone is here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nisima Evelyn from KIU. So me, what I expect, like among the speakers, I saw someone as a web developer. So I expect to get some knowledge on web development.
Ah, all right. That I believe that is going to happen. You're going to get some knowledge on that.
Good morning. My name is Irene Phoebe Akitwi. I am a research fellow at Indabox Uganda AI Research Lab. My expectation is to connect with anyone interested in machine learning research and machine learning engineering.
So the guys who are talking about AI, yeah, this is your person. Yeah, that's your person. So make sure you just have a few minutes with her. Yeah. Okay. Before I call in the first person who will give the opening remarks, I do not want to close this opportunity for. Do we have anyone else who would love to give us their expectation? Do we have anyone else? Well, if we do not, it's at this opportune moment that I'm going to invite Mr. Edwin to come and give us the opening remarks. Edwin is one of our organizers, and yeah.
Let's appreciate Alan Paul. Come on. I think we can do better than that. Are you already having fun? Not yet. Alan Paul, what did you do? You had one job. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Okay. I want to do a quick, what is it called? Like a quick, not welcome really. Who here, okay. Who here is a student? By show of hands. Hey, okay. A speaker and is not a student. One person. Okay. Are we almost good? We're winning, eh? Okay. That's it. So my name is Nahabo Edwin, but this mic is loud. Why it's just me? Okay. Yeah. My name is Nahabo Edwin. I am a software engineer. Okay. I've been building software, but how do we fix this? Let's first fix it. That's it. Better? Okay. I've been building software since 2016. I think those are 9 years, eh? Some of you are in S2. Yeah, I have a privilege of, serving the GDG Cloud Mbarara community. Together with a couple of people, you will meet them along the, if you see anybody in white, you know they're the guys who are powering. And as I'm waiting for my things to come up, I hope that today you won't go back the same in terms of what you know about tech, in terms of where you think you're going to be in future, in terms of your skill as a person. And so my little talk will be about okay, just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Hello, people. I'm here once again, stuck with you. So, before inviting him, I just called out and I was like, is there anyone who still had something that they expected? Is there someone who still had something that they expected from these sessions today? Yeah? All right. I'd love to hear from you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Xavier, software engineer student at MAST. At the end of the day, what I expect is new skills and new technologies to have learned that.
All right. Well, you are at Google Developers Festival, so I believe that is going to be rest assured. Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else whose school we did not mention? Oh, we have someone here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Paul, and I'm a student here, software engineering, year one. Mine is more of like somebody who's gonna talk about AI. Okay, there's some. If you have heard about the project, has anybody heard about it? Onion project. It's a yes. Okay, I just want to more of preparation. If somebody's gonna talk about AI, should say and what it means Uganda, because I tried searching about it, but most of the concepts I was not understanding it.
All right. So he wants to know more about the Onion project. Well, Mr. Edwin, do we have someone who is going to speak about that? Well, be rest assured. If it's me, I will also come and just chip in and give you what I know. But disclaimer, in case I am lying, someone will also say I'm lying. Eh? All right, we have someone else here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Natkunda Merit, and I'm doing software engineering year 2 here. And I'm also a co-founder of Orino, so you'll be hearing about it. Yeah, so me, I expect to be wowed, honestly. That's it.
Wow, her expectation is at the end of the day, she has to say, wow. But you know, there are two twists to the wow thing. Eh? Someone will be like, wow. Then someone will be like, wow. So I'm hoping it's the latter. Yeah, I'm hoping it's the latter. Well, she mentioned she's a CEO. Do we have any other CEOs in the room? Do we have any other CEOs in the room? Do we have any other founders in the room?
I'm not the CEO, just part of the founders.
She's part of the founders. So do we have anyone who has founded anything in this room? I would love to know about that. What are you cooking?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Sabit Christopher. I'm a student. Okay, I'm no longer a student, but I studied from Makerere University, and I did tourism. Is my course that I did from. I started my tour company called Made Africa Safari. So why am I here is that I was not so much in tech, but because I had hired somebody to do for me the website designing, and he took advantage of me. The website Yeah, so the reason why I found myself getting into tech, but when I had that guy to do for me the website, I paid everything and I did everything, but I didn't have much idea about how to do the agreement and everything. So at the point of he denied me access of the CPS, the CP panel, and I couldn't have access of that. Everything he was in control of that. So until I started to learn website designing and everything. And the reason I'm here is I want to learn and get to know, because right now we're going to AI, but there's some going to use it for their like they're going to use it in a way that's going to harm, like the way I was taken advantage of. Like I lost money, but it helped learn tech.
Okay, that is a very interesting perspective actually. You find that yes, sometimes you are defrauded, or you have something that you can actually do, but then you get defrauded by someone. And the initiative that you have taken to come to the DevFest is actually a really nice one. So I'm just going to have a submission from just one more person, then we can jump back into the session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Mohanguzi Wilkins. I'm a computer science student at MAST. I'm here mainly for two things. One is networking, and two is tech talk. Like more about like talking about tech, like something like that. Like the emerging trends in AI, cloud computing, and more in software development. What the speakers will be talking about. That's
All right, thank you very much. Well, I hope you will get everything that you're looking for. There was a hand around somewhere here. Just one last hand. Then we can jump back.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pori, and I'm working on a agri-tech system, and it is 90% complete. So, and I'm here to learn more.
What are you working on?
It is an agri-tech system.
Aggregate system. Okay, aggregate has very many meanings at this point. Hopefully we shall get to find out what you mean. All right, back to...
Okay. Thank you, Alan. I'd said my name was Edwin, and I've been building software for about 9 years. I think the first 5 I was doing nonsense because I didn't know what I was doing. But now I think I know something. I know like 10% of what I should know. Okay. Let's give it 1 minute, one more extra minute. Okay, so on the screen, we're seeing the words GDG Cloud Mbarara. These are about, GDG stands for 3 words, which is, who knows GDG? Anybody? Yes? Okay, so he said GDG stands for Google Developer Group, which is correct. And in those 3 words, the first one, Google, is just Google. It really means we're under the umbrella of Google. We're developers, and it's a group. So it's not an individual, but really, okay. And so over the course of the next 10 minutes, I'm going to try and break this down to tell you who we are, what we do, and why we exist. And so by the end, you should know that there's a thing as GDG. So as we keep moving, yes, there's supposed to be a video which we're going to play for you. Are we ready? We're ready. Okay.
Hi everyone, welcome to DevFest. We're so glad you're here. Hi everyone, welcome to DevFest. We're so glad you're here. AI progress is happening at warp speed, and we are starting to see its benefits for people, businesses, and science. It's this generation of developers that will crack open our most important problems. That's why we are working to put our latest breakthroughs, including our Gemini and Gemma models, directly in your hands. The opportunity space for developers is also expanding, freeing up more time to create, problem solve, and have fun. For example, vibe coding represents a new phase for building things into existence. I've been messing around with it, trying to build a custom web page with all the sources I want in one place, and I'm getting there. All to say it's an exciting time, and I can't wait to see what we will build together. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy the rest of DevFest.
Welcome to DevFest. Super excited to have you all here. And isn't it a super cool opportunity and a moment to be a developer? What's possible for you to build and how ambitious you can be as a developer is increasing something like 10 to 100x over what it was a couple of years ago. And I've been spending a ton of time like living this more ambitious problem-solving space in AI Studio, where I'm literally able to go now from a single prompt to a working AI app in probably like 90 seconds.
Today, we finally have the tools to build what was once considered science fiction. AI isn't just a concept. It's a practical tool ready to augment your abilities as a developer, not just for creating apps, but also to maintain them over time and to keep them secure. This means less time managing infrastructure and more time focused on what you do best, building innovative applications that can reach hundreds of millions of users.
But it goes beyond the AI-human collaboration loop. There's this special magic when you come together and you're hacking with a bunch of your friends or a bunch of people that you're meeting who are also excited about this moment as you are. And my push for you all is what was possible 6 months ago is very different than what's possible today. So be as ambitious as you can possibly be.
All of these tools are designed to be responsible, safe, secure, and scalable, giving you the confidence to build and to innovate. The power to create the next generation of intelligent applications is in your hands. We can't wait to see what you build today. Let the DevFest begin.
All right, let the DevFest begin. You've just heard from some of the Google executives. I think some of us know their names, some of us don't. But like I mentioned, GDG stands for Google Developer Groups. And they've told us, let DevFest begin. So in the next probably 10 minutes, I'll see what I can do. So GDG Cloud Mbarara, just like any other Google Developer Group, is an open volunteer community. What that means is that open, anybody can join. Did any of us pay to join GDG? If you paid, I'll give you a refund. Anybody? Anybody paid for a ticket? Hey, you guys didn't pay. Anyway, so it's open, it's volunteer. All the guys you see in blue and white and black are not paid. These guys are putting their own money, their own time to travel and just speak. And it's a community. You know, back in the day, we knew developers as guys who like being alone. But this room is going to be filled with about 200 people, all either developers, co-founders, CEOs, emerging developers, and we're all here for the same vision. The things I've learned now, I told you I've been developing for 9 years, but 5 I was building nonsense. So I hope that you don't get to build nonsense now, because I'm here to tell you that. And all the other guys who are here as well, they want you to know what they know so that you can be a better developer. And I think over the years it's been getting better. I need to get something on my phone here so I can follow along. Just give me 1 minute. All right. Now, as GDG Cloud Mbarara, there's several things that we do. We've really been concentrating on events. And we have event series. I'm going to highlight the first 4, but there's other more. The first one that we normally have happens in around March, towards Women's Day. And we call it an event on the International Women's Day. When you look around, you might see a banner that has IWD on it, or the WTM. WTM stands for Women Tech Makers, which is evolving as well, but that one is specifically for women in tech. So on Women's Day, we get to have more of a female crowd, get female speakers, and just empower the women to also be good developers. Then we do, there's a gentleman who walked in, he had a shirt, a white shirt that says, Build with AI. It's another event series that began this year. There's AI everywhere. I think all of us know AI. At least somehow we've heard about it. So Google developer groups thought, let's have an event series to teach our developers how to build scalable, secure, and awesome tech on AI. So that was Build with AI. Then we also have I/O. I/O, in the life of Google, there's a time where we get to announce new features, new phones, new tech, new hardware. So they have an event that is called Google I/O. As developers as well, we get to do Google I/O and just see, okay, what's new? What's coming up? How does it work? And then we have also DevFest. Now, DevFest is also 2 words. The first word is developer. The next is festival. It's just developer festival. Unlike the others, we don't buy anything. We just come and talk tech. So you're going to hear guys talk about AI, you guys talk about cloud, ML, what, Keras, Web3. That's just what we're here for. But that's not all. Moving forward, we want to also expand and just move from just talking. So there are two things coming up in the next year. And the first one is going to be a show and tell. Show and tell really means, okay, someone said is building an aggregate system. Who would want to see it? Someone is building, we have all these guys. And so on that event, we'll ask you who's building products and software to come and show everybody else and tell them. And so you say, hey, my name is Ronnie. I'm building something on banana something, and then you show us. Then we'll also have some solution challenges. And we say, we know that in this world, there's a lot of problems. You see, WhatsApp exists because there's a problem and someone solved it. ChatGPT is there because there's a problem and someone solved it. Safe Border, for the guys in Kampala, and Faras, those of us who are here, exists because someone saw there's a gap in getting transportation. Not so? I could list you 1,000 apps that are each solving a problem. Netflix is there because people wanted movies and they don't want to go and buy. It's just easier for me to stream. So I could think of any application you want. It's there for a reason, solving a challenge. We want to do that as well. We will also, I think of hackathons. Let's get together and say, okay, so we did a solution challenge. We know the problems that we have. Let's come and try to solve one in one day. And we say, maybe students they don't get transport quickly. Let's come and build something in one day and deploy it. I mean, we have guys who are in cloud. They deploy. We have guys who are AI experts. We have some guys who are front end. You'll hear about front end. I think if we sat in one room for one day, do you think we can build an application in one day? Don't you think so? Yeah. So that's what's coming up. So when you speak about GDG, you speak of community, you speak of influence, you speak of growth. On our pull-up banner, we have connect, learn, and grow. The idea is that when you sit behind your computer alone, nobody's telling you anything. You don't know anything. In fact, there's a common phrase that developers use. I think those of us who are working, we've used it before. It works on my machine. Presentations, it works on my machine. Because for you and your machine, you're okay, but then there's something else. That's why we have to connect. You've been building a system somewhere and it works on your computer. Let's try my computer. Maybe let's try deploying it on AWS. Let's try deploying it on Render or GCP. Then we see problems. Some guys and I were trying to deploy some system yesterday. We almost cried. I don't think we slept. In the morning, we were asking, is it still working? Because you deploy, and in the morning, it's just not working. You don't even know why. And when I speak about, that's the influence and growth, I have some numbers. GDG Cloud Mbarara was technically launched on the 24th of January 2022, at least as per record state. That means we've been up here for 2.5 years, not so? Okay, close to 3 years. On our platform, question, how many, by show of hands, how many of us are not on the platform? Okay, it's only one person. Okay, 5. Okay, so I will put a link. On our platform, we have registered 1,151 members in the entire platform. Now, that means we have 1,000 developers on the same platform. Can you imagine? In the space of 2 years and about 10 months, we have hosted 51 events. Hey, we've been working. And out of those, we have an average attendance of 416 participants. So you imagine every year we have about 5 events and we're hosting 416 people. We came from in 2.5 years. If I gave you the entire graph, you just laugh. Our first events have like 10 people, 12, but here we are. By midday, this place is going to be full. That's what it means by growth. So, therefore, DevFest Mbarara 2025. I've had your expectations, we have heard them, but we've also been cooking some things. So you're going to hear things to do with AI. Banangi, you're not excited to hear about AI? First clap is easy. That's it. You're going to hear things about GCP. Who knows GCP? Who doesn't know GCP? If you don't know, by show of hands, it's okay not to know. GCP, we all know. Hey, okay. You're going to hear things about Flutter. We all know. So where are we talking? JavaScript. Hey, you guys are serious. Web3. You guys, what is this? I don't think we should talk because we know. And you're going to have what we call lightning talks. Somebody's going to come up here on this. Oh, I think I'm supposed to be on the podium. Somebody's going to be on this podium for about 15 minutes, and they'll just give you a lightning talk. Quick speed, no pausing, just what I've done now. That's one type. Then you'll also have workshops. Now, workshops, we're going to have breakout rooms. You sit down with your computers, with internet, and the guy says, let's open ChatGPT and prompt. Or let's go and deploy a thing on whatever. Let's make an LLM. Let's make something in Web3. Also, you'll also have Q&A. Of course, we have questions. Do we have questions? I think we do. Some of us have the answers. Me, the answers I have about what? I don't know. And you're going to also have some hands-on sessions. Aside from a guy showing you what to do, if you're interested, during the day you'll sit down with your computer and build something. Okay, the guy says, has been talking about Web3, whatever, JS, React. The guy will say, let's build a React app today. Not so? Okay. Like I said, we are deploying something. Because we are a developer group, we don't want to do things the normal way. We don't want to first finish a session, then say, questions? No. So there's a QR code on that screen. If you scan it, or if you type the URL, if your phone is not smart enough, it is okay. Your time will come. Don't take a picture, just scan. If you're taking a picture, we can't take no for an answer. But let's bring it to a page. Do you want to go to that page? If you have it, just get it and we see how it looks like. Just copy the URL. Just get your browser. Copy the URL. So the idea is that when a session is ongoing and you have a question, you don't have to wait until the end. Not so? You might forget. So you have the URL. It's going to load it somewhere. Type in whatever. Let's go with him. So we get the URL. We get to his browser, which is coming up in like 40 seconds or less. Okay. Do you have internet? Is it good? Okay. Just continue to destination. All right. So when you reach, this is your page. Not so? Speakers, you know what to do. I already gave you what to do. I can't spill our secrets. So I'm an attendee. Yeah, let's go. And you put your name because we need to know what to call you. Okay. Okay, let's go. If it doesn't work, you click it twice. First click it twice. That's it. I told you the thing was working last night. Okay, so you're going to have all our sessions, not so? So let's assume we're in the first one. So the guy has been talking and you don't know what to first ask. Ask a question. And you ask. Is our speaker ready to answer the question? So I'm assuming you're doing this in, just type anything, any question. I'm assuming you're going to be doing this in the middle of his session. Don't wait for him to first finish. Just ask, right? Because you'll forget. So as you type, where is it? Do I have the link? Okay, I do. As he types, have you typed? Okay, so as he types, I will also see it here. So as a speaker, you get access to also the same thing. And then you can, okay, now I say, oh, someone said hello. I greet you too. Do we have it there? Okay, then I'll see what is prompt engineering. So I get to answer these questions in real time. Not so? Do you think it's going to help? or we just do and give you a mic? We don't want to waste time. So when a speaker finishes speaking, we'll not pause to give you a mic. He's just gonna open his phone. That's it. Those are the questions now. So me who's doing prompt engineering, I can look at these and just quickly get answers. Not so? So we don't want to waste time. We want to just, there's a wise man who may or may not have been me that once said, talk is cheap, show me the code. Okay, fine. No developers have a thing, I'm a developer, I can talk. So me, I said I've been developing for 9 years, this is what I've done. It doesn't work well, you have to click it twice. Yeah, so, and it's a tool in development, so use it, stress it, type as many things as you want, then we see how it works. If it works, then at least we don't want to first pause, questions, then Alan Paul has to run up here. The man doesn't want to work out. He doesn't have calories to burn. Now he has to walk up the other side, give you a mic, and walk back down. Let's use tech. Not so? And that system is powered by what? By Python in the back end, React front end, deployed on render. Yeah, it works. We don't want to pay for that thing, man. So, all right? I think that's it. Is there anything else? That's it. My other thing. A wise man who may or may not have been me once said that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Now, this applies to everything. If you don't apply for a job, you never know if you will. Some of you will say, I don't qualify. Try. Right? Some of you look at software and you think, this is not my thing. Try. Otherwise, you'll miss 100% of whatever shot you don't take. Not so? Yeah. With those few words, my name is Nahaba Edwin. I'm a software engineer. I do a lot of things, but right now, I'm in the business of global health. That means I build products that work in the world of global health. Q&A isn't global health, but it is helping reduce using the mic. So really, I think it's global health. But yes, I work with several people. I work with Photocabada. Photocabada is a company building remotely monitored hybrid phototherapy machine. We can talk after that. I work with Global Auto Systems Limited. We build software. I work with The Village. We're building global health connections. I just work. I just work. All right? Otherwise, where is Alan Paul and his crew? Hey, first come and stand with me. Thank you, guys. I hope you have fun. I may not be here a lot, but we'll be somewhere. We have a live stream link. I'll be watching online. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best DevFest you've ever had in your lifetime.
A better round of applause. I'll just hint on one thing that he said. You miss what percentage? You miss 100% of the shots that you do not take. Be a Ugandan. Be a proper Ugandan. Uganda, there's nothing a Ugandan cannot do. That is a statement I've heard somewhere, that you'll ask a Ugandan to do anything, and even if they don't have the slightest idea about that, they will try and figure it out. They'll be like, okay, let me come back to you later, and we shall see how to move about it. So please, guys, whenever there is a shot, take it. Shoot your shot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful address. Okay, the introduction for what you're going to have today. So once again, we are here to connect, learn, and grow, as we can see here. So make sure you get to know your neighbor. Please don't leave without knowing your neighbor. It's really important. You can't come for a function like this and sure you live with no one you that you know. So before I dive into any more on the program, I would like to talk about our sponsors and partners once again. We have Mbarara University. It gave us this place where we are, this auditorium, and we are grateful to them. We have Sunbird AI. They're going to talk about more about integration of AI in our daily lives. We have Creative Campus, which is giving us this live stream. So for our friends who are not here, they can join us through the live stream as well. We also have Maxi Repair. It deals with phone repair and basically electronics. We also have gifts for those who are going to tag us on all social media platforms. So make sure you tag us on Instagram, you tag us on your Twitter and LinkedIn. We just want something to excite you guys. So we have so many prizes. Make sure you tag us. You can tag us through DevFest Mbarara 25 and also hashtag of DevFest. So right now, I think we should get on with the program because the program is actually very short. We have a lot in stock, but we want to pack it in a very good package so that it can be so discreet and you can have a lot to take home in a short period of time. So allow me to invite Miriam Birunji, who's going to be our first presenter and speaker of the day. Please let's give a round of applause as she comes.
Until she reaches. Let's motivate her.
Hi guys, hi. Guys, show me some vibe. I'm the first speaker after our introductory speech. Yeah, so I'm glad to be here. And my name is Birunji Angela Miriam. I'm a student here at MAST. I'm doing software engineering. I'm in my year 3. And I'm glad to be here. I'm a front-end developer. And yeah, basically the talk I'm going to give is based on my journey up to where I am right now, how I transitioned from the normal JavaScript or the vanilla JavaScript. I don't know if you guys get this vanilla. I know someone else is going to talk about nano banana. Like, I'm just giving you guys a starter. So take this as food for the day. So I'm here with the vanilla that transitions you to frameworks. So basically, my talk is about transitioning from vanilla JS to frameworks and making it right in the modern development of web. I know here I feel like in your year 2, at least you've interacted with most of the web languages, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Let me see sample. I've written small HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Oh, wow. At least I'm covering most of you. I'm not going to be talking gibberish. Yeah, so here is just an evolution of how the front-end development moves. In 1995, that is when most of this was, but when you look at the normal HTML, CSS, JavaScript, it's basically, if you're to write most of that, it's going to just give you something that is, static. Like how if I just came and, just wrote this on a web page. So it's not moving. So it's just something that looks nice, but it's not lively. So in 1995, that's where we see the coming in of most of these frameworks. At Netscape, yeah. So that's where JavaScript was birthed. And then we transitioned to 2006 where jQuery comes in to simplify the DOM manipulation. But still when it came in, we still had some redundancy of you're still writing a lot of code. You're still having to do some things from scratch. Then in 2010, Angular comes in. It emerges from Google. So it's like kind of the first framework that came in to simplify now the jQuery. Whatever issues jQuery brought in, the Angular comes in to now simplify it. Then you move on to React. I know some people at least have heard of React. Personally, it's the one that I use. Then React comes in and, each of the transitions just actually solves a problem of the previous years. So React comes in 2013, then we see Vue coming in 2014, and 2020 up to date. We are having very many other frameworks that we are working with, and more modifications on the ones that are already there. So, what is Vanilla JS? Vanilla JS is just simply the normal JavaScript. Like, okay, I don't call it the normal because it's the pure JavaScript. So, it has no frameworks, it has no libraries. So here it's like you're writing everything from scratch. So when we move on, you would see this is just a simple vanilla example, like an example in vanilla JavaScript. If you're to write a program that has vanilla JavaScript, you're going to find yourself that you're writing your code structure, you're having HTML separate, CSS separate, JavaScript separate, and maybe you're just linking them in each of the pages. But when the frameworks actually make it more easier. So as we move on now, for the limitations of vanilla JavaScript, we see our guy there wondering, and he's like, wait, I thought this guy was Stando. I don't know if you guys. Yeah, so this guy is like, wait, I thought since he's the pure guy, he's standard, eh? So he's the standard guy. But now Vanilla JS has also its limitations, and that is why we now they transition to the frameworks. So there is the boilerplate overload. The boilerplate overload is just basically more of, okay, you have a point where you reach and you're having spaghetti JS, eh? Like you're having mixed up things. You know when you cook spaghetti in your saucepan, eh? It's always like all together. So the boilerplate overload is just that the fact that you reach a point where when you're writing a lot of code for maybe a very big project, you're going to find that you're having your work mixed up at a point. Then the limited code reuse, you find that if you wrote, let me say, a design and, okay, you wrote your code for maybe a button, and you want to, again, use it, you have to just keep copying, pasting what you wrote the previous time. And then again, you have to, let me say, you don't want that button to have the same color as the previous one. Again, you have to go and create for it its own CSS. So that's, it has a limited code reuse. Then the scalability challenges, when you try to use, that's what I talked about earlier of if you try to build it with a bigger project, it's going to have, okay, more confusion inside there, like the scalability. Scalability is more of when you're growing bigger, something has to keep on, moving with you. It has not to die at a certain stage. So, moving on to the no built-in reactivity. So when, as we shall transition to the frameworks, you realize that most of these applications, that when you try to build them with the reactivity, okay, the no built-in reactivity of the vanilla JavaScript, some things you're not going to find them working as well as you wanted them to work. Yeah, so now we come to frameworks. Frameworks are just kind of pre-built, it's like a pre-built structure for you that you're going to just come and then you're going to interact with it. You just have to know how it works and what you need to use it for and how it should flow. So basically, a framework is going to simplify your work. And it also brings in more of common functionality, patterns, and more simplification. And then when we look at this, who can identify for me from these logos, which of these is not a framework? Who can identify for us which of these is not a framework? Yes. Which is not, of these, which is not a framework? Which one? It's not a framework. Okay. Someone else? Okay. This one. This one. This. Oh, good. Nice try. Nice try. Okay. Uh-huh. This one. This one. Okay. So he got it right. Yeah, from those images there, you realize the first one is React, and React is a framework, as I actually even talked about it earlier. Then the V is just Vue.js. So these are just the different, some of the different frameworks that we have. Then we have Angular and Next.js. Then the other one that we identified as not a framework, it's more of a running aid, like for React, it's Vite. So it's just a running aid for React. Then this is just a breakdown of some of the frameworks. So when you look at React, Vue, and Next.js, you realize that they have a different way they do things. So the learning curve for React is basically moderate. If you know some JavaScript, you can hop onto React and it will be easier for you to learn. But when you go into some now like Next.js, since it covers both front end and back end, can work for both front end and back end, you realize that it's a bit steeper to learn. Eh? So, but if you have learned some React, Next.js becomes a bit easier. So, so you also see that it's best for different things, and then the different companies that built them, and the key features. So why do we go to frameworks? Why are we going into frameworks? So again, our guy comes in and he says, why not the pure guy? Like here, he's still wondering, why aren't we still using the vanilla JS, which is the pure JavaScript? He thought it is the legit guy, like it's the one that is going to solve all these problems. So here, they just talk about the problem with the vanilla JavaScript, which we have already, talked about. You realize that the vanilla JavaScript can't work with the complex apps. The teams, when you need to work with different people, it will cause that redundancy. And then the frameworks come in and they introduce a virtual DOM and the declaration of building better UIs, user interfaces. And then the result of now building the frameworks is faster development, better communication and collaboration, then easier maintenance of the applications. Then, so why are we choosing frameworks? So this is a friend to our other guy. Eh? So he's like, okay, now why are we choosing these guys, the frameworks? So you realize that frameworks are going to ease when you're building a bigger project. Just imagine we were maybe building the student portal and we were using normal JavaScript and HTML, CSS. With the very many people that go on the portal, you realize that it will reach a point and crash. So most of these frameworks just simplify building complex and multi-page applications. So the other advantage of the frameworks is that when you're working in a collaboration with other people, we shall see from the structure, you can have different components, and these components are going to help you to build in real time. You're different people building in real time, but you are building in different maybe folders, files, and all that. Then moving on to the next, it also helps in rapid development. Rapid development, as you have said, that you will keep on building. You keep on coming back to this project and adding new features, removing old features and all that. So it's more scalable, and it also helps in planning for the long term, as I had talked about long-term scalability, and maintenance. So for our demo, you'll see that, oh God, I don't know if you guys can see this, but this first code structure, this first one here, is just basically, well, I was trying to build a task manager. So here, this first code structure is the React code structure, and the other one is the vanilla code structure for the same project I was trying to build. So you realize that the other side, we are having more of, separate files. You're having separate JS files, you're having a separate CSS file, then a separate HTML file. So you have to reference, that thing of, you reference the the styles and the JS in the HTML. So meaning for each file you're producing, say, if you come up with like how you could see maybe the storage. So meaning you're going to have a storage.js where you're putting just only the JavaScript of that storage. Then on this other hand, where we are having the React project, you're having components. And most of these components are just going to be like, every time you want to maybe reuse a certain component, you just kind of import it in another file where you want to use it. And then, there are hooks. Oh God. Yeah. I think my next talk should be about React. Yeah, so the next time I come back, we shall talk about React more in depth. Then I just need someone to read for us this.
Who is feeling confident in their reading ability?
It says, learn the rules like a pro, so you can break them like an artist. Pablo Picasso.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Who really gets this? Learn the rules like a pro. Why are they choosing an artist in this aspect? Why do you think they're choosing an artist?
Okay, so from what I get, if you want to be an artist, what defines you is what new things you come up with, things that were traditionally not accepted or imagined. And for you to be able to do that, you should know where to draw the line. Because if you do it too much, you can end up getting in trouble. So if you learn the rules like a professional and you master everything that you have to master, you now know what to tinker around without getting in trouble. And also at the end of the day, making people impressed by whatever it is that you come up with.
Okay, that's a nice one. Let's hear from the lady.
Okay, following the artistic journey of Pablo Picasso, his first works were the conventional artworks, but his later works were revolutionary and they still sold. So I think at first he was learning the rules and going by them. And then later when he learned, he turned them to express himself the way he wanted. So you can always first learn the things, and then later you now become the author. Okay, you author your own rules now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so any questions? You could use our system. I don't know if it is working, but yeah. Or there are some people who still want to use the mic.
Yeah, well, thank you. My name is Mwez Amon. I want us to first agree that React is not a framework, but a library. If you need to get more information, search, you will find out. And it's not a coincidence. Most people confuse it to be a framework and not a library, just because you rarely use React alone. You have to use it with other libraries and build tools. So that's why most people confuse it to be a framework, not a library. So for your information, React is a library, not a framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A better round of applause for Angela. It feels like everyone who is coming up here is action-packed with a certain quote from someone. What was this one saying? Learn like, what was it saying? Huh? Learn like a pro so you can break them like an artist. All right. Anyway, according to me, why artists? I think every mistake in art is a design. That's what people like to say, right? That's what people like to say. But is that true, really? Is every mistake a design in art? There's some I know of artists who have made mistakes, and trust me, they got frustrated and threw their art pieces. So, anyway, careful mistakes could be designs. So anyway, let's just learn tools like pros and break rules like artists, as she said. Thank you very much for the session. It was very informative. Then we also had someone's point of view, which is actually true. Yeah, React being a library, not a framework, though that is a discussion for another day. At this juncture, our time is really fast spent. So you will allow me invite the next preacher to come and preach the gospel. And that is none other than Ronnie. Ronnie, you're very welcome. Let's give a hand clap for Ronnie as he comes.
Thank you so much, Alan. I don't know who is doing the presentation. Okay, good morning as we sort out the slides.
Okay, so as we just wait for the slides to come up, I was still on her, on that quote, yeah. Who else took something? What was your understanding of that quote? Anyone has a different perspective about that, about Picasso's quote? Yeah, there is someone here. Let's hear a different point of view of that quote and what it actually means for them.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hussein, and I'll be one of your speakers today. But before that, about that quote, personally, I do graphics design. But the best way I ever learned graphics design was, first of all, I learned the rules that were applied to graphics design. But when I mastered those rules, I could create without following those rules and still make something good. So the more you harness your skills, the better your skills become, the more creative you can be with your development, with whatever skill it is.
Oh, that's an interesting POV. So basically, when you know how something works, you can easily devise another way to do it, right? To accomplish the task. Anyone else? Okay.
So, well, to my understanding, the way how that quote means to me, so I will give you an example. If you know the law, you can use the law to your benefit. For example, you can invest in something which other people think it's illegal, but according to the law, that thing is legal. So, if you know the laws, if you learn these things, it's not a command that you have to follow their syntax. You can always play around and you change it in your own way, then you implement your own thing. Thank you.
All right, that is nice. I hope some of your expectations have already started being met. Is that true? If your expectation has so far been met, can I see your hand? Anyone whose expectation has so far been met, well, you might have had a list, and if you just have one item ticked off that checkbox, can I see your hand? We don't have anyone yet. Okay, well, I still have a long lineup of speakers, so you won't get disappointed. I had a hand somewhere here.
So that phrase, I related it to programming. First of all, when you're learning a programming language, you learn the code, the syntax, and the algorithm. But then when you've learned it, you can bend this syntax, these laws, whatever way you want to create a genuine solution. Because beginners make a mistake, but experts, every mistake is a design. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ronnie, how far away that side? All right. Uh-huh. There was one hand. There were two hands down here. There was one here, okay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Philip. I'll be one of the speakers today, but about the phrase that a friend just shared, as me personally, it takes me back to, have we heard of vibe coding before? I believe. So vibe coding is a concept that came up, with the help of AI and LLMs. You can do development very fast and come up with a product. So one of the mistakes that you can never make is to go into vibe coding if you don't know the rules. Let's say I go to ChatGPT and then I give it a prompt to make for me a school management system. It will develop it from me in a few minutes. But the question is, do you know the rules? Do you know the syntax? So it all takes us back to understanding the rules. And then when you understand the rules, you can play around with them in your development, and that will help so very much as a software developer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. But Alan, I don't think people know, or maybe they have not put it into consideration that we have gifts and hampers. Once again, make sure you are active on the social media platforms. We have our Twitter, GDG Cloud Mbarara. We have Instagram, GDG Cloud Mbarara still, and also LinkedIn. Make sure you tag us. You can tag us on the hashtag is DevFest. So make sure you tag us, you are active. We also have gifts for active members. If you're really active and you're prominent and we have seen you, we shall also get you something. But make sure that you're active as you wait for the next speaker. Maybe some other hands for the code that was there. Any other?
Thank you very much. I personally think if you don't know the rules, it's very much easy for someone to use them against you. Like they tell you a fake rule and then it's easy for you to fall for it and then you're caught offside. But when you know the rules, it's very actually easy to manipulate them or to use the same exact rules and then make something that's not against the rules but it's within the rules and then it will be different, which will call for attention. Thank you.
So is there any other view or we are done with the quote? You guys, you feel like we are done with the quote. You want to go to the next? Yes, so in a few seconds, I think we are going to present the next speaker. But once again, guys, those with gloomy faces, we have breakfast and we have lunch. So please, some smile, because you're well catered for. We have you covered. We got you. So make sure you're active and you're more active on the social media platforms. Once again, we have so many gifts and hampers for you. So in order to get yourself one, please do your part. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning once again. My name is Ronnie Atuhaire, and sorry about that, but I think you guys are enjoying the session, right? Yes, I like to keep my interactions or my engagements more lively. What do I mean? I want an active participation. You guys, you've already heard that the gift hampers also carried something for someone here. Yes? So this session was supposed to be a hybrid session, mainly theoretical, but also we do a hands-on. But we're just going to keep it minimal, under 30 minutes, more of theory, but I'll put a prize for someone who will go and do what you're going to do today. Is someone willing to do this? Like, we're going to do more of theory, then if someone does implement what you're going to do today, to learn today, I will maybe talk to the organizers, we follow up, and then we award that person. Yes, it's going to be a generous offer, guys. Okay, let's get started. So my name is Ronnie, once again, and I do a lot of things, honestly, but let me just identify myself as a computer scientist and a fintech lover. So I do have a startup that is called Mpampe, which is a crowdfunding platform. I cherish that platform so much, and I love it. And besides that, I do a lot of community work, and I'm the former or outgoing GDG on campus lead at Makerere University, but also get involved in different tech communities. So today's session is just going to be about Nano Banana. But before I proceed, I have a picture. Next. I don't know, it's not clear. But can someone see this picture? You guys can see? Is the lighting okay? So who can guess or who knows this picture? You've seen it on internet before. Guys, I have a lot of swag, eh? Who knows this picture? You've seen it before on internet. It's an icebreaker. Is it clear? Guys, you can see this thing. The dark edges. But has someone seen this before? No one. I had a praise for that. It's okay. Next. So this is an image generated by AI, but it won an award. This is called Theater de Opera Spatial. And the artist is called Jason. That was 2022. And he participated in a competition for art, and he won the competition. So it was an image generated by AI. And it was, of course, he used Midjourney. Anyone familiar with Midjourney? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Del E. 1, 2, okay, 3. So he used Midjourney. He added a little bit of creativity, and then added a bit of Photoshop and Gigapixel AI. So he did a little bit of manual editing, of course, with Photoshop to make sure that it comes out the way how he wants it. Then, I think a series of over 100 images generated. Then he picked the best image. Like you go, make your prompts, generate an image, and then come up with the best. And then he won the award in 2022. And it it sparked a debate. You're like, should we could have some friends who are artists here. Should we allow digital art to really rule and then be able maybe to award these guys for their creativity? Or we should not allow AI generated stuff. So you could be here and you're trying to do some work and you have different types of generative AI. So before I continue, how many types of AI, generative AI that you know? I just want a few thumbs up. Generative AI. Guys, just shout. No. Thank you. I meant, what can you generate? Does it make sense? Not the LLMs, not the chatbots, okay. I meant, what forms of generations can you do? Text, yes. Images. Yeah? Videos. What? I can't hear that. Games. You can generate a game with AI. Okay. Maybe that is code. You can put it, you can classify as code, right? You can generate code. Yes. Let's keep it lively. Audio, yes. I was looking for that answer. There's another answer. Transcriptions. Okay. Are we done? Yes. I like the answer for audio. Who knows 11 Labs? These days you can actually create a song. No, you're not an artist. Right? You can generate a song. You can generate audio, you can generate video, and you can even sync the two. We have tools for that. We have Sora, we have all these tools that are available. You can generate videos, you can generate audio, you can generate text. Of course, you can have code. And you guys, if you interacted with maybe Copilot or something, you know that you can do a lot of things with coding. So those are the forms of generations that I was asking for. So we are going to just mainly look at, next. We are going to mainly look at images today, and we're going to look at Nano Banana. But before I proceed, I have just a simple stat here. 84% of developers currently use AI. This was a Stack Overflow research survey this year. And that means 10 people that you meet who are developers, 8 of them, 0.5, okay, don't have a human being who's 0.5. So 8 of them, or close to 9 of them, use AI. And of course, some people who use AI, 46% of them, somehow they don't trust AI output. You create your application, we was talking about vibe coding, but then you don't really trust what has come out from the vibe coded application. So 40% of them, they'll be like, I think we don't trust this. But generative AI right now has really gained, has really gained attraction. We see a report from McKinsey. Use of generative AI is increasing, as you can see. It's not clear, but I will share the slides perhaps. And then this takes us to our topic today. Who has heard of Nano Banana? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, what's Nano Banana?
Okay, Nano Banana is one of the models that were developed by Google, and its main role is to generate images.
Perfect. So I would say I just wanted to hear one keyword, and that was Google. Yes, it's the real name is Gemini 2.5 Flash. That's what the name for the model. But its code name, you can also say, it's Nano Banana. So that's what you're going to do today. I'm going to take you through what it can do, and then give you a challenge that you guys can actually come up with. And then if you build what you're going to go through today, you will earn something, right? Next. So it can do text to image generation, just like we talked. So you have your prompts. So you can say you can vibe code, right? Or you can vibe prompt or vibe vibe image. You can generate images, just like the artist, Jason. He generated an image that won him something. And we have seen this a lot. Personally, I use a lot of generative AI. So you can actually also do image editing. You can upload an image. I tested this. You can upload an image if you're just using the Gemini directly from Gemini interface. There is where you can just select, create, like images. And then you can just upload an existing image of yourself and then give it a prompt and say, please make it HD. Or add this. For example, I tried this, they call it Mayembe Gente, right? That welcomes you to the city. So I uploaded that. Of course, I was using an API on the programming side. And then I was able to come up with a futuristic version how Mbarara would look like. So I like edit this and maybe take me to 200 years from now how Mbarara would look like. And it came up with some beautiful images. I may not show them right now, but if, I will share with you maybe later. Then you can also do some style transfer. You upload 2 images. You be like copy from this image and paste from this image. Then you can also have text rendering just inside the image. So far, I think it is Nano Banana and Manus. Someone has heard of Manus? Manus. One person. It's from China. It's like, okay, DeepSeek, but it's a better version of DeepSeek. I think they're the only 2 LLMs that can actually render text. Like, you've been there and you want to create an image with text inside there, and then the spellings. Have you noticed that? Like, you give it a spelling, like maybe say Kampala, put Kampala in the image. It will bring Kampala with no A perhaps. When you say Mbarara, it will bring maybe Mbra or something like no double R, right? Or you give it like something that you want to be put into, let's say you're designing a poster. You tell it, design for me this poster. You can even try it out in your free time. You tell it, design for me this poster, put these details in the poster. If you just share that poster, that's a web coded poster, right? Okay, image coded poster. If you share that poster with anyone without checking the spellings, you're off. Because the spellings usually are off. You'll experience this with other models, especially ChatGPT, for us who use a lot of ChatGPT. And then we do have iterative refinement. You can upload the image, you keep iterating through and be like, change this. Now, I don't like the hue. Maybe I don't like the scaling. Maybe do some gray scaling. So I'm sharing this because I have a startup that I'm trying to come up with, that we're trying to do with this, whereby we will be able to generate or use images or Canva directly from WhatsApp. And that's the challenge I'm going to give you guys. Because also I double as a creative. Next, I already talked about Nano. So before I proceed, I'm just going to give you tools that you're going to use. At the start of this event, I think I had someone that it works on my laptop, on my machine. We have a lot of those things. It works only on my machine. Or I'm running it locally. I'm not able to do that. I'm not able to share that localhost link to someone who wants to maybe view it from wherever they are. So Ngrok, someone has heard of Ngrok? One? Yes, at least. Yeah, Ngrok is really useful for this, where you can expose your machine. You can tunnel. And say tunnel, okay, I don't want to use some difficult words. But you can access your machine. Someone can access what you're running locally from. You can run your local host. If you're doing Django or Flask, or whatever it is, you can run your local if you haven't deployed in production. You can run it locally, and then you share that URL, but you don't share that URL because they can't run it the other side. So you run Grok first, you install it, it's very easy to install, you authenticate yourself, and then you expose what you're running. If you're running it on port 3000, you just say maybe Grok HTTP 3000, and it provides you with a link which you can give to someone and show them what you're running on your machine locally. So I didn't want to go through all this. At least I've given you an overview of what Ngrok does. Twilio. I also happen to be a Twilio champion. Someone heard of Twilio? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Africa's talking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Twilio is a cloud communication platform, and I happen to be an ambassador. I think I happen to be an ambassador here in Africa. Yes, yeah, I'm the champion here in Africa. So we just like do ambassador like roles, just like you have Google. So Twilio is more of Africa's talking, providing you communication APIs. For example, you're coming up with a platform, and maybe you want to deliver SMSs to farmers, and you're wondering what tool can I use or notifications in your application. Twilio is here. Of course, it does the same job as Africa's talking, but Africa's talking is more local. It's from Kenya. Local here, like if you want to run SMSs delivered to people directly. So this is a global platform from the US, but it also has APIs for WhatsApp. Some of us want to build on top of WhatsApp. Some of us want to build SMS platforms or an SMS bot. I've thought of all those ideas, and you can use Twilio to do that. And it also has free credits. So next. So what you guys are going to build for me, I will just take you through and then give you an understanding overview. I already have this implemented, but you're going to build a chatbot. It's a challenge. So sometimes we usually go to these events, and we have, of course, hands-on sessions. People don't do stuff. And then, we come here and we talk. We talk, and then you guys just go back maybe, and then you don't implement something. So I thought of this version of this talk should be able to inspire someone here to come and build something. And then we will share a link for you guys to submit your projects. So you will call it, I love hackathons, personally. Competitions. I don't know how many I've participated in right now, but a number of them. So I would love to make this more of a mini hackathon from this event, in a way that if you're going to do this, we shall put a prize for the overall winner. And what are you going to do? You're going to, after giving you Ngrok, I've already given you the tools, Ngrok, Twilio for WhatsApp API, and then we also have, I want to see that if you guys are attentive. We also have the third tool. Yes, Nano Banana, guys, you forgot it. So, three tools I'm leaving with you, sorry. 3 tools, that is Nano Banana API, and then Ngrok and Twilio. So you're going to build a chatbot whereby you can just interact with it in the WhatsApp. I already have this implemented. In case maybe you can come and ask me, how do I do this? Because you might be interested in building on top of WhatsApp. WhatsApp has over 2 billion plus users right now. 2 billion people who are on WhatsApp. That means building on WhatsApp, not reinventing the wheel, is nice, right? You already have a UI. You don't have to come up with another UI, right? Just need a WhatsApp or someone share the number. How many people have interacted with registration platforms on WhatsApp? 1, 2, 3. How many people have paid using WhatsApp? You don't leave WhatsApp. Like you're in WhatsApp, you make a payment within WhatsApp. 1. Yes, those use cases are there, guys. You can pay, you can do a lot of things within WhatsApp. And that means you do not have to come up with another UI for your application. Don't think like that. It'd be like, I can leverage on APIs. These days, you can actually create anything with multiple APIs in a way that you have an API for something, an API or a plugin for. You don't have to, like, development is so easy. You don't have to think of, should I create my own financial mobile money APIs? No. MTN already has APIs, right? Just go to the documentation, learn, plug in, get the API. Now, you come to how am I going to deliver SMSs? Then Africa's Talking maybe comes in, or Twilio. get the documentation, read the API, plug in. Already your application is building, right? Then you'll be like, I want to reach out to farmers or people who use WhatsApp. WhatsApp has an API. Or there's even a business API from WhatsApp directly. Or you come back to Twitter, be like, yo, I need a WhatsApp API. You get that. You connect already with users. You can prototype, you can have an MVP within a few seconds, just built on top of multiple APIs. So that's the architecture. I'm just going to describe it shortly. And then next, you're going to have a client-facing application, of course, WhatsApp. So you're going to build, of course, on top of those mainly two APIs you'll need. The Nano Banana API, which is very easy to get. I think I have a demo on my YouTube channel. I also do content creation. I think I can share on how to create your Gemini, because this session can take even hours, right? For you guys to install all these things. So I will take you through the simple architecture. You'll have those two APIs, the Nano Banana and Twilio. And Twilio, of course, if you need help, you can reach out. I will share my LinkedIn. And then those two APIs, you mainly use them to create the WhatsApp bot, WhatsApp chat bot, that someone will go and prompt something in the WhatsApp and they get a generated image, right? Next. Next slide. Yes, so this is how it's going to work all together. A user is going to send a prompt to WhatsApp. And then, after sending a prompt in WhatsApp, and be like, maybe generate for me an image of, okay, let me see a famous place here in Mbarara. Igongo, right? Igongo. Igongo culture. You'll be like, generate for me a modern version of Igongo, something like that. You'll be like, create a futuristic or cyberpunk or HD, something like that. And then that prompt will be taken to a Twilio service or a webhook. So a webhook is basically, if something happens, what do we do, right? It's more of like a reaction. So if you're interacting with APIs, you find yourself getting to know what's a webhook. This is now going to come from Ungrok. Remember, it's going to expose. Here you can use Flask, you can use Django, you can use Fast API, you can use anything to create your API. Personally, I love Flask and Fast API. Then, Ungrok will tunnel, if you haven't deployed yet, it will display or it will give us your localhost URL, so you can pick that and paste it in Twilio. Then from there, of course, it's a Flask application that you're working with. Then Nano Banana gets the prompt, the API. So whatever you're doing right now on the UI, it's an API. So these guys of OpenAI, they went, trained lots of data sets, trained on vast amounts of data. And then they created a model. Then they exposed it to you guys via an API to us. That's how we are able to interact with all these things. In a way that you can also do the same thing. You can create your own API. And you know, most APIs, let me see, someone to list for me, one person to list for me 3, should I do 4? 3 different types of APIs. Types of APIs. Feel confident, just be like, yeah, I got this. Types of APIs. Okay, we all know what an API is. Right? Right? So what are the different types of APIs that are common? Okay, someone to give me one. RESTful APIs, thank you. GraphQL, yes. Thank you. Third, SOAP. Right. But you have other different versions. I just wanted to mention the top 3 that are common. RESTful APIs, basically HTTP. So I would encourage you guys to use RESTful APIs for this, of course that's what is common. So that's basically using HTTP methods. And we know we have different types of HTTP methods. Which one? First? HTTP methods. I want us to, it's a learning thing. We're learning from one another. I don't want to be the man of the of the show. Yes? Anyone? HTTP methods. Guys. HTTP methods. You're Googling. Or you're chat GPTing. Yes? Get. Yes, we have a get request. Put. Post. Yes. Patch. Delete. We will interface a browser client. By default, you're getting, right? Yes, by default, you're getting. When you are submitting your forms, you are posting, right? I want us to be together. So you're going to have a bot that will create an API using Flask, and then you're able to do a GET request, but also post on that. Next. Yeah, I think we've come to the end of my presentation, honestly. But if you feel like you've grasped what I've just said, put your hand up. You've known what to do. Be confident, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So only 10 people are going to participate in this. Let me just reiterate through. As you connect with me, this will take you straight to my LinkedIn if you need more interactions. I just said you will build a WhatsApp bot. It's a challenge. I'm not giving you whether you want to use JavaScript. Some of you maybe will have JavaScript. But I was just giving you a template. You can use Flask because I find it easy. Or Fast API. So you create a WhatsApp chatbot. What do you need? You need 3 main things. Number 1, Nano Banana API. That is found in the Google Studio, AI Studio. All this information is online. And if your students, we're trying to see if we can get you credits such that you do not have to do some billing in the cloud. And if you've used the GCP platform before, you know that you have to enable the APIs, right? So this challenge, it's a mini challenge, will teach you a lot just coming up with a chatbot of what's on top of WhatsApp. I have it, it's already running, but I didn't want to give it to you, and then I want someone to come up and like, yeah, I've created it. Maybe on top of that, you really learn, and then we award you, right? So when you get the Nano Banana API, you get to Twilio, twilio.com. You sign up, you go to the console and get access to the WhatsApp API. I also have do I have a video? I think I should have a video. If I don't, I will just create it. Then you go to Twilio, you get your access tokens, authentication tokens to use Twilio. Then thirdly, I was just encouraging for you to use Grok such that you get the web hook URL from Grok and then put it in Twilio because Twilio won't read your localhost. It will ask you for a webhook URL where your API is listening. All the time it will be listening when you run it from your Flask application. So you paste that in Twilio, and then your application is live. So to join Twilio, there's a sandbox. There are numbers that are given. It's free. There are startup credits. I also have credits I think I can give out for Twilio. And I think there are 15 credits if you sign up, 15 USD if you sign up as a new person. And then you use those to interact or create different chatbots. Could be an SMS bot, but in this regard, I want you guys to develop a WhatsApp chatbot. Are we together? So it's a challenge I'm leaving with you guys. And then with that, you can now share or can submit your project to our organizers, and then we can see how. We look through what you've done, and then we award you. Perfect? Perfect. Yeah, I think that's it. I just have a sticker to give out. I want someone to just summarize what I just talked, and then it's a sticker from Google. So I just want someone to summarize what I've just talked. If you feel confident enough. Just one person. But I also have more other things to give out. Okay. Yeah, we shall give it to the first person who tries. So, what is my talk in short, in summary, and what's the challenge ahead?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stanley. So, Mr. Ronnie talked about, left the task of creating a WhatsApp chatbot using Nano, Banana, Twilio API, and ngrok, so that we prompt that chatbot and then generates for us an AI-generated image. Yeah, that's it.
Good morning once again. My name is Natkunda Merita. So, okay, before he talked about the chatbot thing, and now before the chatbot, you were talking about Nano Banana, and okay, the title of your whole presentation was from prompt to pixel. So it's majorly about not just getting text, but now transferring the text to images. And that's what you've been telling us, like there are now many AIs out there that can help us create images in our minds. If you're a good writer but a bad artist, you can still make a good image, like the guy Allen who won that first prize with his theater, the opera, that spatial thing. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But I don't want to take more because of time. Your name once again? Stanley? Miriam? Mary? Stanley or Mary? Let's start with you guys. Both. But if it's one, we debate the sticker. Okay, both of them are going to get some stickers from me. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed the session. See you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Rennie. So, guys, once again, there is an opportunity for you to win yourself something. Maybe, Mr. Rennie, what you can do to like give people some more morale, like help us know what does that that prize comprise of? Is it money? What is it, so that we get to know and get excited about that?
I just wanted to leave you with this. Stay hungry. Stay. Stay hungry. Stay. Guys, don't get the literal meaning that you want to be foolish. But stay hungry. It's a Steve Jobs. Okay, before I continue, someone has heard of this phrase. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Yes. I think someone has heard of that. So it was a Steve Jobs, was giving a speech and encouraged students to stay hungry. You stay hungry by always looking out for food. And food is not the normal food, right? That we're talking about here. So that's just a context. So we're not talking about food. And foolish is always be not in the know. In other words, try to say, yeah, I don't know that. Every time you say you know something, it limits you from learning, perhaps, right? You'll be like, I don't know that, but I would love to learn it. You get it? So you stay foolish in that regard. So you're not a fool, right? But you stay. So about the praise, as she gets, have you gotten what you want? Hey, you don't have where to put it. Okay, shall talk about that. The praise, honestly, who guys want money? What do you, startup credits? Startup credits. Cloud credits. Let me see people who would love that. Cloud credits. Maybe you want to access a certain model on Google, or you want to access Twilio credits. I also have credits from Amazon. I happen to be an AWS club captain, the first Amazon club. I established that at MOOC. Of course, I finished, but I was like, let me establish this, and then maybe we can have more clubs. You can even have a must person apply for Amazon. So they give lots of credits. So who would love credits maybe on GCP, Amazon, if you have maybe a platform that you're developing something on AWS? Who would love credits? Because I have a lot of credits. And that's the thing I think I can just promise right now. Okay, I think we go with credits, right? Because when you give money, you give them how much money, that will be enough. They will just eat the money, right? I've seen that. We were following up with, we organized AI Fest this year. Anyone participated in AI Fest? Yes, I know some people from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. AI Fest from MUST. If you're from MUST and you participated in AI Fest. No one. Where's Brad? You guys. Yes. And we have a lot of competitions that we run or we organize. But when sometimes we give out money to people, to us, let me say, when you're trying to look for some money for something else, then you win this money. When it comes, you don't put the money into the startup, right? You get to eat all the money in Chikomando. Yes, you guys can agree with me on that. Or if you're the sole developer, you find that you're actually taking everything, right? Or you don't put in what is enough in the startup. Because personally, I believe in startups. I have a couple of them, but I just told you one of them. But I love trying to build something by my own, right? So if I get startup credits, for example, if I have access to the pro model maybe for ChatGPT, and I have credits to that, it might help me more than the actual money, right? Or if you're deploying on EC2, Amazon, or you want to have an S3 bucket, or you want to have maybe a DynamoDB, whatever it is that you want, you find that you'll need a credit card for you to maybe have that. But if you have credits, you can just use those credits for you to run your applications. And those credits are really good that you can even take some time if you're not having a lot of traffic to your application. So I'll prefer giving credits and also maybe like a follow-up like stuff like t-shirts, swag, because I have that also a lot. T-shirts, maybe swag, stickers, I have a lot of them. Yes, that's what I would prefer to give rather than give out money. It's a personal initiative, and I have lots of startup credits to give from all those platforms, from all those companies. So the winner, perhaps maybe along the way we shall say,
maybe 3 winners if you guys participate many. But I saw only 10 people who are willing to participate. If we increase the number, we can also increase the offer. I can also increase the offer and be like, okay, maybe you'll need something beyond that. Or you'll need access to a certain resource. Because all these resources are helping us as developers. Right? Right. I hope I've answered. Thank you, guys. Stay hungry, stay foolish.
Another round of applause, please. Okay, I know the quote says stay hungry, but I know right now we are all hungry. But I've come to assure you once again, we are going to cater for your breakfast and your lunch. So please stay around, and you are also here to connect, learn, and grow. But since our time is really short spent, okay, like it's really, okay, we are so bad on time. Allow me to invite the next speaker, Mr. Hussein, to please come and take us through the next presentation. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he descends. Please, guys, you can continue clapping until he comes. So as you wait for Mr. Hussein to give us his slides and presentation, once again, you can get to know your neighbor. Just greet your neighbor and say, hi, my name is so-and-so. I am from this place. Like, get to know your neighbor, surely. I know there are some shy guys seated next to some good-looking ladies right now, so use your chance, use your chance. Because I think randomly I'm going to come and ask you, what is the name of your neighbor? If you win, okay, like if I randomly get you and you actually know your neighbor's name, there is a gift for you. That's something I can promise right now.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Kogiziwa Hussein, and I'm an alumni of MAST, and currently a software engineer at Landsat ICT Solutions. So today I'm going to talk about something very unique, something that I believe we are all interested in, okay? Something that you really should find interesting today. If we talk about this specific subject, probably you would think Edwin would have been the person to tell you about this, but I believe I would be a very good candidate to tell you this, given that 2024 is when I completed my university, and well, I got the job also 2025 beginning. So that will be you in the next 3, 4, 2 years, depending on what year you're on. And I believe this is going to be something really eye-opening for you, and something that you'll probably pick a leaf or two. So when we consider what we have seen from the other speakers, I've had someone about talking about startups. Yeah, there is some ideology I'll tell you about startups. I've heard about APIs. I've heard about technologies, and I'm going to tell you at the end of the day, the tool is just a means to a solution. What you want to make is a solution. Let's move into the first slide. The next one. Okay, so there are two parts of IT that you can be in. Okay, there's also a third part, but I don't usually pick that because it's for specific people, and I can't just jump in and say that I'm among those. Yeah. So the first one is employment. The second is business. The third is research, and I don't talk about that because it is tailored to very specific areas. That's why I don't go into it that much. So first of all, we all know there is really high competition, yeah? Really, really high competition in this. And here are some of the stats to show you that. Yes, so when we say 41% of people are in NEET, NEET, that is, they are not in employment, in education, or in training. That means that whenever you jump to go, whenever there is a role announced out there, whenever there is a job put out there, it means that 41% of Ugandan youths are going to apply, whether they have the skills or not. So from the moment go, you have competition. Maybe it's not quality competition, but it is competition for that. And with what we are facing these days, with how things are going with AI and everything, you would really be in a tough spot when you're getting into a role, because you're trying to compete with people who have just minimum knowledge, but with the power of AI, they can work almost as an expert would have worked. Maybe they will not get to that level of an expert, but they will provide something that maybe an employer can say is okay, and they move on with that. Okay? So when we talk about numbers, this is the approximate numbers for Uganda. They are done with surveys with the with ICT, Ministry of ICT. They are done with surveys from platforms for hiring and all that. So when we talk about this, we're talking about an annual salary. Don't see the numbers and jump. Eh? This is an annual salary. So at this point, a junior dev is a normal role, like any other role, like you'd say an accountant in a corporate company. It's not a role that will really give you a big position or something or a lot of money. Yeah, we're talking 12 million. That's around 1 million monthly. Then to 24, that is around 2. Okay, that is the standard in the market. Maybe when we consider remote roles and all that, it becomes a little bit different. But when you talk about Ugandan sector specifically, this is where the numbers lie. Full stack, that is a person who is able to build a whole framework, a whole architecture. That is where they are. And when we talk about 60, that's around 5 million monthly, okay? Then when you go to specialists in data security, in data or security, cyber security, data analysis, all that, you're in 72. That means around maybe 6 million plus. That's why I add a plus, depending on your value to a company. And the senior architect, those are the most paid with those. Now, obviously, there are also executive roles that we never talk much about because they differ greatly. So that is what you're looking at. Going to the next slide. So there are companies like those which are paying the highest salaries. Yeah. When you talk about SafeBorder is, I think, one of the most used applications within the central region. And it is a very, very big thing. We have Centetech. When you talk about Centetech, we're talking about fintech. That is Centenary and very many other fintech companies. They are some of the biggest employers. We have Rocket Health, which is in pharmaceuticals and pharmacies. Then the biggest thing is, then also Numida. Those are some of the companies that we have. And what we have is they prioritize people who give value to their services. If you're working for SafeBorder, nobody's going to care that you're writing PHP or you're writing JavaScript. But the question is, the problems that SafeBorder is facing right now, can you tailor a solution around them? Okay? Can you tailor a solution to have everything that they have as an issue fixed? That is something that you should train your brain on more than trying to say, okay, I'm an expert at coding. No. Coding is just a tools to what you want to do. When you say you want to solve this problem, okay, you will select the right tools. When I go to for the interview for the role I was doing, they never asked me which languages can you do, okay? Because I'm a software engineer, so they were like, okay, this is my issue, this is the problem we are having, okay? Because funny story is I went to that job as a web developer because I'm a graphics designer, so I had all that experience. So I got there and I was coming as a web developer. just to build sites. And when I say sites, people will now start thinking of use this, use that. WordPress is as easy as it gets to websites. You can believe what you want to believe, but in the market, 90% of sites you will see online are WordPress or some sort of CMS, a content or CDN, a content delivery network. Yeah, and it is that because the world out there is not as complex as you are tailored to think here. The world out there is a little bit easier, but the ease is in the tools, not in the execution. Because your problem will not be, oh, what language did you use? No, the problem will be, I wanted this website. I wanted it with some SEO. Is it working? Is it being seen by people? Are people liking it? Is it easy for people to access the things that are on that website? Is it displaying correctly? Yeah? You're not thinking about, oh, what framework was there? What is in the, what database did I use? That's not what you're thinking about, yeah? And the IT dream. Let's talk about the IT dream. Who can tell me what their dream job is in IT? I want to look at that. I want to pick something from it. What do you see as your dream role? Your dream kind of job?
Well, my dream career in tech is becoming a blockchain developer.
Beautiful, beautiful. What problems does blockchain solve?
I can use blockchain technology to solve like a problem of supply of duplicate products, because it's like it's blockchain in its sense.
Good. You're trying to stop duplication of products. That is easy to understand. That is where now you look into what you want to apply and you say blockchain because it has that immutable record, right? So you're not thinking about the platform, you're thinking about the problem. Very good way to go. Anyone else who can tell me their dream role? Do not. That was very specific in blockchain, but tell me, when you see yourself in 5 years, you have, okay, maybe the job you think of. What do you see yourself doing? Who do you see yourself working for? Or if you're working for yourself, how do you see yourself interacting with the world? Anyone giving me something like that? Dream job in tech?
Yeah, well, thank you. In a few years to come, I see myself build a product that is going to give me generational income. A product that lasts, that is going to serve generations, not just for today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Yes.
Morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Joseph. So, the solution that I would like to come up with in the next 5 years is to solve the issue of the divide, in our sense that in the world we live in today, you find that in the US, people, like most of the AI platforms that are available, are serving their needs. But I would like to make sure that as we are in Uganda, we make our own AI applications that understand local languages through natural language processing.
I love what you say. Anyone else? Okay.
With developing technologies, security is becoming a burden. So I look at having like being a specialist in security, maybe having like an auditing company for security and trying to patch the gaps in companies, like to upgrade their security.
Right. Thank you so much. Anyone else before? One last person. One last person to tell me what their dream role is in tech. One only? A lady. A lady. Women. We are in STEM, eh? Okay.
Thank you. Of course, like everyone, in the next 5 years, I feel like seeing myself in the Silicon Valley.
Beautiful. That is the exact answer I was looking for. Okay? That is something I was looking for. So finally, I got the type of answer I was looking for, and here's my issue. Okay? I believe when I put that statement, most of you skipped it. Eh? You understood that I was trying to trap you. But I like what he said, yeah? And many of us have not said it, but that is the reality, yeah? We all think of our dream jobs being, okay, I'm at Silicon Valley, I'm working for Google, and I'm being paid a lot of money. Oh, I have a remote job and I work from home, and that is all, okay? But remember this, at the end of the day, you cannot take everyone you care about to Silicon Valley, where there is peace for you, okay? At the end of the day, the people who need your solutions, you cannot just splash your money at them and their problems will go away. At the end of the day, you need to solve problems of people who are here, people who you care about. Your grandma in the village, your aging mother, they need solutions that will be able to work for them. They need maybe quick access to medical care. They need quick access to experts in medicine. And you hiding in Silicon Valley, maybe you will help your mom, you will help your brother. Will you help the whole village? Okay? So at the end of the day, I want you to think about having solutions for people that are all around you, not just you having your role and you just disappear. You can go make that money, yes, but when you come back home, make the solutions. Make the solutions for the people that are here. Make the solutions for the people that can't run away to Silicon Valley. For the student that is at Must who is studying from here and they can't just decide to run away, okay? Let's make solutions for such people. So let's look at the state of the art of IT in Uganda. So what we have is, we have a lot of infrastructure, by the way. So rolling to the next slide. When we look at 96% of the population having 4G coverage, yes? We're not saying they're using it, but the coverage is there. Like 96% of Uganda has coverage for at least internet. That is something. We see Uganda as the worst, but I've moved to countries, I've been to places where you can't find network access in just moving outside the city, okay? Because what we do at Transa City, we implement solutions in health, okay? Solutions in laboratories, because we deal in e-health and laboratory systems, yeah? And we've been to countries where you just move a few kilometers off the city and there is nothing, you're off the grid completely. That means there is there is lack of such infrastructure. But we have it here in Uganda, and it is something we should take advantage of. So when you're tailoring solutions, it means if you build something for the internet, you have that access. You have a platform of over 38 million active mobile users, mobile money. Yeah? You have 38 million people on mobile money. That means if you had a solution that needs payment, yeah, you have quick access to payments. You look at 22% of the population working on the mobile internet. Yeah, these are people who have phones, people who have computers. Yeah, that's 22% of the population. That means it's still a low gap, especially for that population part that are actually using it. It's still a low thing, and you can also think about tailoring a solution around there. I've seen creative doing that. They went to villages and they were teaching people how to use phones, but those people don't have phones. Eh? Those people also don't have phones. Find a way to make a cheaper device, maybe. Yeah? And those are gaps that you can take away. So the infrastructure is not a problem, as you can see. As much as we are not at the level we want to be at, there is something you can start with, something you can build from. And that is something you should look at. Now, let's look at the scale of the market. Because when you look at the economy, the ICT sector in Uganda specifically, given that you're going into IT roles, you need to know some things like this. 9% of countries' total GDP. That is some big money in tech, meaning in Uganda there is a lot of money in tech. And that is something you should look into, getting into. There is a growth rate of up to 14%. However much the growth rate also means that there is higher competition coming, yeah? So you have to master your skills, you have to be an expert. And as you've seen, mobile money, and that is 21 billion USDs, 21 billion USD in movement, yeah? That means that money moves every year. If you count how much you sent, in Uganda, over 21 billion USD is moved in transactions. Yeah, that is something you should know. These are statistics that help you a lot. Then that's the keynote. The key takeaway will be that these are not small markets. This is something big. This is something you have to tap into. Find a way to innovate so that you are in that market. Then there is this big thing, the triple threat to our sector. There are three things I have identified that are a big problem. And again, this is my personal opinion, so do not take it badly. From the research I've read, from the statistics I've looked at, yeah? Here are three things. We have three things. One, labor export. We talked about Silicon Valley. That means we're losing a talent. They're all running away. And many of our smart people, whenever they get that opportunity, they will run. Meaning that we are left with problems that are unsolved because our talent disappeared. Then the brainwash, that's also part of it. And finally, the grant trap. We have people, and I know you, for people who have been in startups for a lot of time, you can testify to this. We have people who have mastered the art of grants. That they will make a product, go win a grant, come back. Instead of implementing the product they got a grant for, they will go back, tailor another product, go back, win a grant. Okay? That means you tailored something nice, it was given a grant so that it can solve a problem, but you left that problem unsolved because you thought, I can do a better one, I can do another one, I can do another one. And that becomes a cycle in that the money that is meant to go to grants that would be useful, would be implementing good solutions for people, is disappearing out there. And that is something that you will have to have on your own, because there is nothing there is nothing that you can be told. That is you psychologically. You have to think about it and be like, if I get money for a grant and I have a solution, implement that solution. Fall in love with your project before you pitch it to someone. Fall in love with it. Love the type of work you're going to do. That will mean that you will spend your time. If they give you that money, you will spend time and you will really get to implement that. Now, the other thing is the imaginary threat we have. Yeah, we all think AI is coming for our jobs. AI is going to take away jobs. Not really. Not really. Yes, AI is good. And I want to see, there is someone who said they went and learned website design. Can you give me your hand, please? Can you join me here? No, someone who said they went and learned website design because the website designer got issues with them. Yes, please come and join me, just shortly. I want to do a simple Q&A to just show you how much, what it means, yeah, to these people. So, AI can create code, okay? AI can build systems and all that. AI can work independently. If you give it a prompt, I've heard now we have AI that can be prompted and it will go and work for a whole month and come back with a solution, okay? So I want to ask you a simple question. Tell us about that experience a little bit more clearly so that I can give you, I can do some questions on that.
Okay. On that matter, I think after my graduation at Makere, I said I wanted to start a tour company of my own. And by that time, I had saved a little money with me. And I decided to go back in Fort Potro. And I didn't have no much idea about website designing. And I had created some of like pages, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So when I'm in Fort Potro, somebody contacts me that he wants to get what? To visit Uganda. They have a group. They don't have anything on ground, but they have been following me on what? On Facebook from the trips we have been doing with my fellow students and different countries. They say, Chris, we saw we have been following you on Facebook. We would like to come to Uganda for around these days. They wanted for 21 days. And I didn't have anything at the ground. They said, what should I do? Check my pockets. I didn't have so much money. I called my brother. I said, there's this group. I shared with him the email I had got. Now, the brother said, find somebody to do for you a website. I said, let me check in my contacts and see the people I knew at campus.
I say, that one, well, I'm so busy. So there's some guy who used to always follow me on LinkedIn. So I got his contact. He was an Indian. He said, I have this kind of, says, okay, we can do that. He promised me to deliver the website in 13 days. 13 days. Yeah, 13 days. So I contacted these people, letting them that in 13 days, I will be delivering. They will be seeing the website and everything. So it was like, the website is under maintenance and everything. So this guy said, you're going to pay this kind of amount of money. That is around almost to 2 million. We kept in communication. He could do this, deposit for me the money, go on Western Union, I deposit for him. He does this. He shares me the link, the way how the website is being done. Now at the end, when it's time for launching, there's kind of my buying domain and everything. Then it delays how to go online and everything. In 13 days, it goes now to 16 days. The clients are already waiting. Now on the 17th day, the client calls me and says, Chris, you promised us in these days you will be delivering what you said, and you're not saying anything. Will you be able even to do something on ground when we're here, when we're there? And yet, when we are not yet there, you cannot deliver, you have failed to deliver everything. I said, it's okay. They cancelled everything. He said, can I refer you to somebody whom can work for? Can work for you with that plan? He said, we no longer. We went on Facebook, we had the reasons why we contacted you first, not. So I came in to start talking with this guy of Indian. He was like, no, you clear my money. I cleared him. Then from that, when I cleared the money, he said, I'm going to give you 1 year maintenance. Said, what's maintenance? Website maintaining is so that we don't.
Let's go to your part where you go into learning. How long did you take?
After that, he said he's going to give me a whole year maintenance. He said it's okay, but he said you're not going to access CP panel, and I could not get the emails on my account. It first goes to him, then he can contact me. I was like, then he said, let me leave flat. The whole of 23, cancelled everything. I waited for the domain to expire. So from that time, when I got depressed, I got so depressed, I was so annoyed. Then from that time, it's when I started going on my laptop, learning from ground, like from scratch. I didn't have anything. Then I started learning from ground. It didn't take me so much long, but when I returned back, there was an application I had done. I had started learning from WordPress. Then I went to Odoo. This kind of Odoo. To do that, it took from around me 3 months. 3 months.
All right. So thank you so much for your story. And first of all, as a person in tech, we have to apologize to that man. Yeah. Those shady business people create problems for us who are good, because now the experience he got, he feels like techies are bad people. Okay. But sorry on behalf of all techies. And secondly, one thing I wanted to pull out was that in 3 months, okay, it took him 3 months to build the website, but he wanted it in 13 days. So you see, the reason that you're being paid in tech, okay, the reason that you're being paid in an IT role is one, okay, okay. The reasons that you're being paid are these: one, save time on development. Okay, anyone can go learn to do that code and implement it, yeah? But you're being paid, one, for saving time and being cost effective, yeah? Because maybe he did not use those premier solutions, but if he had decided to pay a premier package to learn those things, it would have cost him more, okay? More than the 2 million he was being charged. So one, you're being cost effective, you're saving time, and you're understanding real life situations, yeah? You have to understand real life situations in tech. And the thing about AI is it is a tool, okay? It is going to give you code. It is going to give you, it's going to build images. It's going to do all that. But what are you building that image for? That is what matters, okay? Now, here's the thing. The skills you should be learning, okay, to be relevant within the tech industry. One, technical skills. Coding, designing, writing. Those are very essential, especially that writing part. And by the way, writing is one which doesn't have a lot of competition, okay? Because how many of us like to write? How many of us like to write research? Research proposals, how many? I can't see a hand up, yeah? I saw 1 or 2 or 3, yeah? But and when it comes to even in the working space, nobody wants to document, nobody wants to write, yeah? People are escaping that whole writing. Yet, you cannot win a grant without writing. Yet, you cannot win a project, you cannot get a project without that writing. So it is a critical part that is avoided by people. So if you can get into documentation, yeah, writing manuals, writing project proposals, writing that, it is a big space, yeah. It's a very good place. Then designing, obviously, I'm a designer. I do all the three, but I'm more in the designer, okay. So the last thing is integrating AI into your work, yeah. We really need AI in work right now because I've seen, because me being the new kid on the block, I understand how to use AI. But I've seen my fellows struggling with AI, yeah? And it's not nice, yeah? Because a person is struggling with syntax, I'm writing a prompt, gives me a syntax, push in, push out, and study, yeah? Then the next thing, these two will never be replaced, yeah? So if you ever want to beat competition, have people skills, have teamwork skills, yeah? And finally, professionalism. Do not make funny comments about your things, yeah? So data maturity journey, I think I'm going to go quick through this. When you're making value of data, you have a deficiency, you collect the data. Then once you've collected the data, you have to clean it up. After cleaning it up, finally, next slide. Oh, okay. I think the last part missed out, yeah? Where you analyze this data. Because after collecting all this and you have to, after cleaning it up, yeah, you analyze it. And that's when you come to our friend who was saying you can now get that analyzed data and maybe now train LLMs, yeah? But the problem is Uganda right now, we are at this stage, these two stages, yeah? We are still collecting and cleaning up data. We don't have enough data because the millions of records that AI needs for it to be accurate, we do not have those yet. We need more and more data, and that's what we are in the process of. So that is all. Thank you so much. I pulled out one quote. I felt like this 1,000 part is a very good part for you, yeah? I've not failed. I've just found 1,000 ways that don't work, that won't work, yeah? If you're coding and you see 10,000 errors, you just found 10,000 things that don't work. Find things that work. Thank you so much. And you can follow me up on any platform. That is the username. Thank you so much. And I believe the session was good. Do we have any questions? Yes?
Any questions? Guys, I hope we are using the platform. I think we should talk about it since other people didn't get to know about it.
Thank you. My name is Hilarious. I'm a cybersecurity researcher focusing on human identities. So, talk about something to do with 1,000 plus professionals needed in cybersecurity. I wish to know how factual this function is because I know of cybersecurity people that still lack employment. Thank you.
Please repeat. I cannot hear you clearly. Something is off.
My name is Hilarious. I'm a cybersecurity researcher focusing on human identities. My name is Hilarious. I'm a cybersecurity researcher focusing on human identities. Your second presentation, your second slide said that 10,000 plus professionals are needed in cybersecurity. And I'm like, I need to know how factual this is because I know some who are still remain unemployed, so this could be a good opportunity for them. Thank you.
I am sorry, but I've really had very few old. Can someone repeat for me? Someone who has heard it clearly. You've heard it clearly? Yeah, okay. I think someone can help me and explain it. Who had it clear? I mean, okay. Give me the actual thing he said.
He said on slide number 2, there is why you said that there are many opportunities for cybersecurity guys, but he's aware of people in his field who don't have jobs and is in the cybersecurity field. So he wants to know if there are opportunities that he can tell them so they help him.
So here's the thing. When I say 10,000 jobs are available, okay, I do not say that they are needed, okay, and they are available. But the process, there is a very big process between people having the skills and the people who need them getting them. That is where the biggest issue is in Uganda. That we need people with skills, but then again, those people, okay, fitting the roles that they want them in or having them there. It is also another gap in Uganda that, for example, we have very many doctors, okay? We have doctors without jobs, but don't we have hospitals without doctors? Don't we have those hospitals? Yeah. So that is the issue. The jobs are there, but that link between the people who are looking for the jobs and the people who are searching for the people who are going to do those jobs is also an issue. Any other question? Sorry, no other questions? I have one up there. Okay. Go to the first slide. Oh, no, no. Yes. Yeah. I might have used US, okay? But that is because that is where the biggest tech companies are, okay? So people think of migrating from Uganda because they believe Uganda has no problems they can solve and going to the US, yeah? But I've told you that you have to think about the people you're leaving behind. The people that cannot just escape the problems that we have in Uganda. Because those problems also need engineers. Those problems need ICT solutions that you have. Okay? Is that all? Any other question? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate having had you people here. And I believe my talk was good. I don't know if it was good. But if you feel like you need to engage with me, I did show you my socials. We can talk. And thank you so much for listening.
Another round of applause for our dear speaker. All right, so I hope you guys are having a good time. Yeah, I know some of you are wondering why I'm back here, but I am also your host for that day. Yeah, so don't get tired of seeing me. So with those few remarks from our speaker, he had a very good quote that I don't know if many of you got it, but personally, it was speaking a lot. And I hope you're picking, I know most people are going to come here and give you some, nice quotes. Just go back and think about them at the end of the day. So next up, we are going to have another team that is going to talk to us. This time around, it's a duo, a duo, okay, two people, going to give us the word of IT, the word of tech. So I would like to invite Miss Sarah Mwanguzi and the colleague, Mr. Mark Mafumbo. They'll, give us some good words of tech, and they have an interesting topic, which is about designing for tomorrow. So let me invite her and the colleague to come and give us their speech. You're most welcome. Give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Okay. Just wait for the presentation to go up. I also have a small complaint to the GDG team. You guys didn't tell me Mbarara is this cold. So I'm literally shivering right now. But I'm happy to be here today. I came all the way from Kampala, and we're just gonna wait for the presentation to come up and take it from there.
Yeah, so as we wait for the presentation to come up, personally, I met this duo team during my internship in Kampala, and I know they're going to give you good words of design. Yeah, those that are interested in design, this is a good topic for you.
All right, the topic is designing for tomorrow, the role of AI in UX. My name is Mark Mafumbo, and I'm a product designer. I'll move to the next slide. So I'll start with a quote by myself. AI is here to stay, and so are we. But I'll start by asking, do we have any designers in here, UI designers? I see the hands are down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have a couple of hands, and we've been grouped into the developer kind of environment or engineers. So let's not take offense to that. But I'll start with this quote, of course. AI is here to stay, and so are we. In our lives today, we see AI pretty everywhere. We all use ChatGPT. We've seen robots doing interesting stuff. But I think what's important to know is it's not going anywhere, so it's important as designers and developers to find out how it can work for us. Then I'll pose the first question. What is the role of AI? I need a couple of answers, maybe 3. What is the role of AI? Anyone who can answer this? Yes, please.
AI is to improve human productivity.
Improve human productivity. Someone else? Okay.
AI is only to assist human beings in executing their day-to-day activities.
Okay. We have a couple of hands here. 2 more.
AI is there to simplify the work and save the development time.
And we have one more here.
I almost say something similar, but AI is there to automate the boring tasks and help us deliver faster.
Deliver faster. So we've got a couple of answers. Okay. One more here. Just one more.
AI is here to save time.
Save time. Okay. Thank you for those answers. So the answer is it depends, right? We've got a couple of people here, 5 people already here who have given what the role of AI is to them. So I did ask ChatGPT what the role of AI is in my life, and it said AI can play several powerful roles in your life, Mark, especially considering who you are, what you do, and where you're going. So I think developers, designers, we need to find out how AI can help us. So if we go to the next slide, in the design process, we have what we call UX and UI design broken down into 5 steps. We have the empathize, define, ideate, prototype, test. Now, by profession or by profession, I'm an accountant. I moved into the design field. But in accounting, we have 2 sides of it. We have taxation. We might also have management accounting and things like this. But the most hated one is auditing. So a lot of people take time to actually do taxation. Similar in the design process, and I'm sure developers, some people prefer back-end engineering, front-end, and things like that. But in today's day and age, we're being empowered with AI, which can help with these other tasks. Personally, I like the UI side of things. So how can I speed up my process or make it easy for me in the UX process of it? So I'll start with the empathize phase. Empathizing, this stage focuses on deeply understanding people you're designing for. So it's basically user research. At this point, what you're trying to do, I'm going to use a real life example. I'm currently working on a health system for a company, and they have about 2,000 employees in their company using this different tool. So you can imagine interviewing 2,000 people. But first action point on my side is understand the system, generate a couple of user questions. In any system you're building, I think I've seen a couple of developers back there coding their nice things. You guys have amazing ideas and things like that. But you need to understand your user before you build a product. Now, as a developer, maybe you might not understand this point of things, but now AI can empower you to do that. Right? So, for example, for this particular project, I asked AI, generate for me a couple of questions I can use for user interviews for the health information system used by the company. They had over 10 teams, and we developed a couple of questions to ask these people, and which helped in the define phase. So define, this stage focuses on using information from the empathize stage to synthesize insights in a clear, actionable problem statement. Now imagine sitting on a call with a couple of, you can go to the next page. Imagine sitting on an interview with a couple of people. You've interviewed over 20 people, and now you have to analyze all these insights. Now this is the smart part of AI where it can help. If you've had a user interview, let's say with Teams or Zoom, these days these platforms can give you a transcript. Right? Have you guys ever seen a transcript in one of these talking platforms? Yes? Do you guys know what a transcript is? A transcript is basically if you're speaking to someone, it generates what you're talking about. So whatever you've talked about in the meeting, it gives you almost whatever you've talked about. So I can say hi, hello, and it generates this whole document about exactly what we spoke. So with this, like I said, we interviewed over 20 people so far, and I got all these transcripts and put them in ChatGPT. I put them in Gemini, and I said, summarize findings for me that will assist me in creating a user persona. Now, in any product you're building, we need what we have what we call a user persona that you need to design, and you're tailoring your product to match the needs for this particular person. So I put all my rather than going through all these documents, I put it in AI, and it gave me proper summaries that I can use to generate a user persona. And at the end of the day, it generated for me 20 user personas in less than a day. This stuff in the past used to take over 3 to 4 weeks. But in less than a day, I had my answers. The tools used here, of course, were ChatGPT and Gemini to get these solutions. Then now at the idea point of it, here you brainstorm as many solutions as possible. No idea is too big or crazy at this point. So how many people have applied for a job before? 1, 2, 3. Have you guys ever asked ChatGPT to tell you how to write a letter? What does it usually give you? Maybe you want to say something.
Yes, can you repeat the question?
Have you used ChatGPT to
Yes.
apply for a position before? What exactly did you, let's say, type or say into ChatGPT?
Okay. Depending on the position, let's say, for example, I've applied for, let's say, an IT support position or let's say DevOps position. I would like, okay, write an application letter for a DevOps job position with this specific job responsibilities or this job description and all that. Yeah, so I actually took the job description and added it to my prompt and also customized it to my profile.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response. And depending on how you decided to go about that, you could have put a text or prompt into ChatGPT, or even put an audio. ChatGPT tries to understand exactly what you're saying and gives you a perfect or close enough answer to that. So as an example, in the next slide, sorry about that. So in our user interviews, we spoke to a couple of people, and there's a particular lady who, explained this whole point. Oh, I want a ping in the phone, and we didn't necessarily understand it. But through the transcript, putting it into ChatGPT, it gave us a couple of great ideas, and it made it make sense for us as the designers or someone who's designing a product for her. So ChatGPT almost helps you synthesize your data in a very simple way. So we'll be moving to the next part of the section. Thank you very much for your time.
Is it still morning?
No, it's
Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Mwanguzi, and I am a product designer. I think I'm making 2 years now in the field. I was also an accountant like him, and decided to try tech, and so far I'm loving it, and that's why we are here. So, like Mark mentioned earlier, the design process has empathizing, ideating, defining the problem, and then you get to prototyping and testing, right? So I'm going to talk about prototyping a whole lot because, like when you're dealing with people, most times they want to see like a live thing, like they want to see that thing functioning. At least I experienced that with my employers, like, oh, but you want to see it working, like how is it going to work? How is it, like, that whole thing. And I don't know if there are any designers here, but like there's Figma, prototyping and all of that. And like it gets the job done, but not so much. And now with tools like Replit, Lovable, V0, etc., you get to almost create something that's realistic. So yeah, like I mentioned, prototyping is a process of creating early interactive representations of a product to explore ideas, test assumptions, and refine user flows before full development. Yeah, so yeah, like I mentioned, we have V0, we have Figma Make, and so on and so forth. So I would like us to have like a short live session towards the end. I hope time will allow us to do that. But what happens with these tools, you see, like, AI works with what you give it, you get. If you tell AI, write for me a letter to my boss to lie about sick leave, it will do exactly that, right? But now because maybe you've been around for a while, you'll be like, you know what, make it sound like me, or those things, yeah? So it depends on, like, the information that AI works with is exactly, like, it works with what you've given it. And now when you're prompting, when it comes to things like, oh, I want to create an app that maybe allows people to book hair appointments or people to book travel experiences and all of that, again, AI will, based on the information you've given it, and also other things that are like, say, like from the internet and whatever. So you'll find that when you're prompting, I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to give you guys prompting tips, but when you're prompting, you're supposed to, like, sometimes you even have to be kind to the AI. Like, I remember when I just say using Replit, there are times when it will do things that I don't want, and I'm like, as in, you're not doing things right, and all of that. But then sometimes you have to be a little bit like, make it feel like a human thing, because that way, it's also going to give you what you want, you get. Like, you could be doing something, and you're like, you know what, we are doing maybe a hair booking, whatever, like, I want it to have maybe these colors. Since it's a mobile app for maybe people in like Uganda or Africa or whatever, let it have these kinds of considerations. Like, my point here is that AI can only like give you information basing on what you yourself, you have told it to give you. I hope I've made sense. So I was still talking about prompting. I'll talk about testing as well, because I feel like the two go hand in hand. And from the testing perspective, it would be that because you have a prototype, like a live prototype, you are able to like, let's say, share with stakeholders and or even people that are supposed to use this app. For example, if it's maybe people in the health space, like people who are supposed to book health appointments, like when they get to see how this thing functions, before you take it to development, you're able to see like, oh, okay, we missed this part, maybe let's remove these things. This is how much time people are taking on a particular screen and all of that. So while you're prompting, be super clear, you get. Like I told you, these tools, they collect information from all over the internet. So you find that they'll just give you all of that, and sometimes it will not be what you want. Then the other thing is break down things. Like there are times when, let's say, you want to tell the thing, do maybe a dashboard where I can see this and this and this and this and this and this. And to be honest, the AI is going to be very overwhelmed. This is even with ChatGPT or Gemini. These like chat AIs, right? Like if you want something to go well for you, you have to go step by step. If you're building a dashboard, be like, you know what? This dashboard is for this kind of manager. I want when the manager logs in, they see this kind of thing. So let's start with maybe a sidebar navigation. Then you to put for the sidebar navigation. That's how you like, you know what? Okay, on the dashboard, I want us to have these things. So from there, you keep on building. Otherwise, when you try to attack everything at once, because in your mind you have it like, oh, you know, the AI is supposed to do A, B, C, like it's supposed to have it all figured out, then that's where you miss it. Yeah. Yes, then other tips, provide examples. So it could be, let's say you want to do an application for booking accommodations. So you could give a reference of like Airbnb. Airbnb is like among the best. So, and like even the AI you're using already knows that kind of information. And even when you're prompting, sometimes for different tools, you find that they can even give you like a part to plan your things, like, you know, do you want this to be like this and that? Like, you know, these things, please don't forget your brain. It's very easy to forget your brain because you're like, oh, you know, but it's an AI. It's supposed to do everything for me, which is not a bad thing. But then again, like I said, the AI can only use as much information as you give it, not just, okay, because, you know, it's an AI, it's supposed to do everything for me, so it will do everything. Yeah, then use AI as a code designer, not a decision maker. Again, the decision is in your hands. You cannot fully leave your career or your salary that your boss is going to give you at the end of the month entirely to an AI. So you please, like, don't forget to use your brain in all these things. Yeah, and then, yeah, don't skip human judgment, meaning over speed. Of course, with AI tools, we are able to build things a little bit faster. But again, you can know when someone has not thought through something very well. Like your employer will be able to know that, and you don't want to be in that kind of situation. So I wanted to show you guys something about a tool called Replit. Allow me share. Is this okay? All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So. There's this tool called Replit. I've been using it for quite some time now. I hope the internet is on my side. But, so this was like a passion project thing. I have a friend who owns a salon, and I told myself that I'll build something for her to like help people book appointments through like an application or a website, something like that. So, this was built entirely with Replit. And you can use other tools like V0, you can use tools like Stitch, I think, but Stitch, I would say, it doesn't give you like interactive stuff, but it gives you UIs. Like if you're stuck on like thinking or figuring out something how something that's supposed to look, you can use Stitch, you can use V0, you can use Replit. Replit and V0 are paid for, so in case you feel rich, can pay you $25 per month, but I'm telling you, it's so worth it. Like, it gets things done very fast. Mark and I work together, and because of tools like those, we've been able to build like crazy systems in the shortest period of time because of tight deadlines, of course. But yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see my app here. It's still in the works, right? But this was, I just told the AI like, oh, you know, I want to do an app like this and this and this. Let us have a section for home. Let's have a section for searching. Let's have a section where someone can see their favorites, maybe hairstyles. And then, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you see, this is like prompting history and all of that. So before you start prompting, of course, like Mark mentioned, you've been given, maybe you've used AI to come up with like different user research things, right? So problems and all of that, and then you can also generate a flow. Now again, these AI tools, I would say they know each other. So it would be a thing of like, you know, sometimes I tell ChatGPT or Gemini, and I'm like, you know what? I want to put this into Replit. Can you help me come up with a prompt that I'm going to put into Replit? And now for a tool like Replit, there's a planning phase. Unfortunately, the internet is very on and off. But you see here when you're prompting, there's a part here that has plan, right? So what happens on planning is that you'll say, maybe I want us to put like, maybe I want us to make this pink and then maybe this white. Like, what do you think? You get? So it will tell you, you know what, I think this approach helps you go about this like this and that and that. So maybe we could go for it. However, these are other options. Like, again, it can only help you that much if you're able to think that much. I wasn't able to think that much in the first place, to be honest. But as you do these things, as time goes on, you are able to like do much better with them. You're able to create better stuff. So there's a planning phase, there's building, and there's editing. So editing could look like, editing could look like, let's say you want to, never mind. But you select a particular thing here, and then like a particular element, and then it will edit that particular element for you. Like it could even be text. You want to change the color, you can change the color. You want to plan, like all those things. And because again, it's a paid tool, sometimes it shows you also how much you're spending on a prompt. But you can use the free version for starters just to see if it makes sense to you really. But yeah, I feel like that's pretty much it because we are limited by time. I think, stop here. Feel free to ask any questions. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we shall take 2 questions.
Good morning, everyone here. My name is Godfrey Ainebiona, and I also use Kitara Kid as a generative AI music maker. But what I'm on right now is about privacy and prompt engineering, because we have been talking about prompt engineering, but privacy has been an issue all over, and it has been a debate. So I'm asking what information should I give AI? Because for like ChatGPT, it knows me, it knows my number, my email, my mother, and everyone. So I'm asking, is it safe? Is it really safe? So I want us that we look into that issue. Thank you very much.
No, that's a very good question. Thank you for that question. So what these AIs have, or like the benefits, is that with the free version, it knows your number, but if you pay for tools like Replit, ChatGPT, if you have the paid version, they protect your privacy. So that would be the best way to go about that. And if you have any, like, let's say, protective information, maybe great ideas, don't share them with AI. Don't put the name there. At least leave that out, even though you're using the paid version. But opt for the paid version for the sake of privacy.
Well, a good afternoon to all of you. My name is Semwanga Krom. Now my issue is, what can you advise to someone who is just starting out in product design? Well, according to your experience, what can you pin out that you have to be equipped with this if you are starting out in product design or UI? Thank you.
Okay. feel like the volume is low. Anyway, um, thank you. So, if you're starting out in product design, of course, you need to learn tools like Figma, but very importantly, you need to know how to empathize, because I feel like from there, from my experience, is from being able to put yourself in the shoes of the user that you are able to come up with something, come up with a solution that actually makes sense to them. In all this, try to make things less about you and about the user. Just recently, Mark and I were working on a project, and we were doing research, and we're like, oh, you know, but what's the point of this screen and all of that? But then after talking to people, you find that it makes sense to them. So you need to be able to empathize. And of course, you need to have a good eye for colors and all those nice visual things. But again, I feel like most importantly, empathizing. That way you'll be able to create meaningful solutions for people. And yeah, like humans are very interesting, to be honest, yeah. But I hope that helps really. And again, do courses, attend webinars, seek, find knowledge from people that are in that space, and like put in the work really. It gets better with time, trust me.
Just to add on to that question, I think for myself, I remember I'm a graphic designer also initially, and they told me when I joined an internship in a company, they told me, "Are you a UI designer?" I said yes, and that weekend I did a course and completed it. That's how I became a product designer or UI designer. So I think basically, also you have to just have the zeal for it, and then the rest also come along.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for them. I hope you guys are having a good time. How many are having a good time? Usually when you're in church, they're asking, how many are having a good time in the house of the Lord? So how many are having a good time here? In the house of tech, eh? Yeah, personally, I'm having a good time. So just to re-echo, we have a Q&A, QR code. Those that are shy, those that feel like you're still constructing your question, and also because of time, we have a QR code here. It will lead you to, should I call it a site? Like a small thing we made for Q&A. So you log in as an attendee, and then you put in your question, and our speakers will be delighted to answer them after their talks and even during the talk. So right about now, we are having another piece of cake from someone very important, someone very special, someone I know most of us know, but I know talk is going to be a very interesting one, especially for those that don't like code, those that don't like writing code and all that. So this is going to be a good talk for you. So I would like to invite Sumaya to give us her talk. Guys, a round of applause for Sumaya as she comes. Yeah, so
hi, good afternoon. You guys don't have energy. We're going to have refreshments after here. Good afternoon. How are you guys? How are you finding DevFest? Can I see those who are enjoying it so far? Just raise your hands. How about the rest of us? You're bored? You didn't eat. We're having refreshments after here, after my talk, right? Okay, so Sumaya Nalukwago, the lead organizer for GDG Cloud Mbarara. My colleague has introduced GDG Cloud Mbarara. I won't go back to that. I'm an IT professional from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And I'm a tech content creator. I know a couple of you have seen me somewhere. And yeah, I'm a tech community lead. I support the Python community in Uganda, GDG Cloud Kampala, GDG Cloud Mbarara, Women Tech Makers Mbarara, and a lot of other developer communities across Uganda and across the globe. And I'm happy to be taking you through this session. So building UIs with AppSheet. So how many of us know UIs? I believe we all know that it stands for user interface, right? Okay. So now I like easy things. I really do not like suffering. And part of what I call suffering is writing code. Like sometimes, right? So I had to find ways of getting things done easily. That's why I discovered AppSheet, which is under the Google Workspace tools that helps me design applications in the easiest way. And that's what I'll be taking you through. So if you're also like me and you like, you know, easy things, then this session is for you. So first, why did I choose AppSheet? First, it's because it has a lot of view types that are use case based. There is an AI part. I'm going to give you a demo when we go to the demonstration part, but it has view types, like you're able to see whenever you're designing, you're able to see a mobile view, an iPad view, a tablet view, or a laptop view. I know it's also available on all these other platforms, that, like Figma or any other design platform, but it's easier in AppSheet. Then it has a declarative AI, a UI branding, like you can do everything all together at once, the branding, while working on your application. Then it has a lot of other options, like conditional formatting. You can edit, you can literally change anything. Then let me take you through the types of views that it actually has. So first, these are the, you see? Like you can see here. So it has, these view types will act as something that has already been done. You just have to pick it and put it wherever you want it to be, right? So if you're doing an application where you want to put a calendar, right? Maybe it's, you want to recreate Google Calendar, or maybe you want to create an application and you want to put like calendar slots in it. You will just go to calendar and put the icon there and all the features will go there. If you want something like that, a deck, if you want a table, if you want to put gallery, if you want maps, like if you want maybe, we all use Rolex Booth or Sibo, right? Here in Mbarara, right? So if you want to add that map feature, you'll just drag this and you'll just locate the location you want to put and it will go there. Then if you want to put cards, if you want to do onboarding forms, like literally anything you want to add. Those who have worked with JavaScript, I think there is also a part where you have these, right? How many of us have worked with JavaScript and have seen such? Okay, there is someone, but it's a bit different in JavaScript compared to this one, right? Yeah, so it has about 11 distinct views that will help you do the different things that you would want to add to your application. So let us look at the AppSheet editor. So let me now take you through the demo. Hope. Okay, so now on this page, so you're just going to go to appsheet.com. Sorry, my browser is in dark mode because light mode attracts bugs. So, yes, right? Yeah, and I don't think I'm changing that anytime soon. So you'll just go to appsheet.com, right? And like you see, create. If you want, you can create from scratch. Now for the students here who are struggling with final year projects, like just go to AppSheet and do anything. If you will choose whether you want to create a new application. Do you want to use a template? Do you want a blank application? Or you want to start with already existing data? I have some existing data here for a different project, but for purposes of learning, I have this. But for purposes of learning, we are going to do something together. So if you want templates, you can as well use templates. So I think we should, what can we use? Templates from scratch, what can we do? From scratch. You want us to do from scratch? Let's use a template. Right? Because of time, you guys said you're hungry, right? But it's the same process. You can, okay, let's do from scratch, right? So what name should we give to our app? Smile, okay. So you can choose the kind of app, right? Is it field? So what field should we choose? Property management, sales, whatever. What should we do? Eh? No, you guys are confusing me, so I will have to switch to the template, right? We continue. We go with a template, or we go with an existing project, or we do from scratch. Okay. Because if you do not respond, then I will go with something easy since we are already behind schedule, right? Okay. So which field should we choose? Which one? Other. Okay. There was an error. So they want us to, they say there is an error, so we have to use a template. You see, it's even internet. I think there is. Should be able to work now. It's not working. It's showing that it cannot connect. Okay. Okay. So let's go back. So here we go. You see why I was telling you guys that we should go with a template, eh? Or something that I've already done here for purposes of time. So let me take you through this one instead. Okay, you see this? So this is something I've already created. If you see here on the far end, I was going to do a to-do list app, and I just did one general interface. And then, so all you have to do is you will come, you see when you click here, you're able to see like, different interfaces. And if you want to add maybe, what feature can we add? Favorites? Okay, so for maps, you will come to, I hope we are all able to see. So you'll come here, go to UX. That is more like the back end of the application that you're working on. Then scroll down and you'll see the maps feature here. So when you click there, it will now bring you the map like I already told you. And then you choose, right? You choose maybe the location, right? I hope my location is enabled here. Okay, so you can see it, right? Are we following? Okay, then you will be able to add it. This is like the same step for all these other features. If you would like to add a deck, if you would like to add like more other details, you just click in the feature and put it the other side. Then at the end of the day, you will be able to come here. Just wait. So you can change to the different views so that you can be able to keep on seeing the different features. And for I know you guys were against templates, but you can edit and just personalize everything. You get it? You see? I can be able to change this to maybe attend DevFest because this was a task, right? Then you categorize it. Is it personal? Is it work? It is personal. And you add it. And you have to make sure that you keep on saving all your changes because it really makes it easier with templates because you're still able to customize them than spending a lot of time starting from scratch. And in case you have to, you see, it can keep on, showing you your progress. And in case you want to really like try out different projects, you can just go to Google Workspace, then look for AppSheet. You will see a couple of projects written there. Then you can try them out and recreate them, right? Some of the resources for those particular projects like this one should be available. Then you should be able to learn from it. Any question? Anything? Yes, please. It's user interface. You see, like now, for students, they're going to ask you, I know last week my students were defending their proposals, right? And they want to see working interfaces, and you have no time, and you want something that you can do like under 3 hours to present on Friday, right? So you just go to AppSheet, do something, and present. Then also, UIs will help you with knowing what you're actually going to code, right? Because you have an interface to look at and know that I'm adding this button, I'm adding a map here because you already have a sketch, right? The same way you guys go and design in Figma, only that I just find this one easy. I've used both Figma and AppSheet, but I now find AppSheet better. Any more questions? All right, if there are no more questions, that's been it. And we are now going to go to the breakout sessions. We are going to have Joe and Namonina in here, and the session will be about cultivating inclusive and diverse tech voices in Uganda. Then at the same time, we are going to have a session in FCI. We are going to have volunteers show you where FCI is. We are going to have a session about building high quality performant apps across all form factors with Flutter. So if you're interested in Flutter, you will go to FCI Breakout Room 1. Then if you're the kind that is interested in how you can use generative AI to do low-field MRI enhancement with TensorFlow and Keras, then you will go to FCI Breakout Room 2. And here is the thing. People going to Breakout Room 1 and Breakout 2, you're finding your refreshments there. Then the people staying in this room, I'm going to handle you. For the speakers, find your refreshments in the speakers lounge. The faster, the better. Thank you. So those going to FCI Breakout Room 1, can I have the volunteers here? Any volunteer here? I want a volunteer with a tag, the DevFest volunteers. Okay, let's all head out and just go to the registration desk. You will find someone to show you Breakout Room 1 FCI, Breakout Room 2 FCI. Then to stay for the Cultivating Inclusive and Diverse Tech Voices in Uganda, please stay. So Miriam is taking the ones of Breakout Room 1. You're taking Breakout Room 2, right? All right, let's do that so fast so that we can eat and continue with the sessions. Please give her a round of applause as she comes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joan. As you've heard, my name is Joan Namnina. I'm a co-founder of a startup called Xeras Media Group. And also, I'm a co-organizer of GDG Cloud Ginger and also WordPress Ginger Community. How many of you have heard about WordPress? Only one? Oh dear. Oh, two. Yeah, an earlier speaker talked about WordPress and told you WordPress is simple and it powers almost more than 40% of the world's websites. And we have a community. I hope one day you get one in Mbarara, but we have a community in Jinja and all over Uganda. And yeah, call it there. Anyway, so today I'm here to talk about cultivating inclusive and diverse tech voices in Uganda. So I know when you come to most tech functions, tech conferences, we hear about diversity, and we talk more about diversity. So I'm sure you all know what diversity is in tech. So I'm going to take answers from you. What is diversity to you? Before we go into technology, before we go into anything, what is diversity to you? Anyone? Yeah. Kasavu Kanyama. Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Yes. All right. They have both answered correctly. Like you see, diversity is literally different things coming together. And in tech, why we insist on diversity and diversity is because I entered tech around 2015. And by the time I entered, we had that, you all know what a tech person looked like in 2015. In my head anyway, in all your heads, it was a man who is always quiet and on his computer, right? So most of us got scared. Will I really survive in this field? I'll tell you a small story about me. I'm a teacher by profession. I left teaching a long time ago, and I became a writer, a blogger. And while I was doing that, I met a special person. I will not mention the person, but I met a special person who told me that technology will improve my writing and it will improve everything. So that's how I got into tech. I'm now a technical writer. I don't know if any of you knows what a technical writer is. Anybody? Thank you. Exactly. So that is what I do in tech. You build your software and you will explain it to me and I will make sure the normal person also can understand what actually your technology does. For example, WhatsApp. When they had just created WhatsApp, most of us didn't know what WhatsApp does. But because of that one person who could simplify whatever this app is, yeah? That's how we all understood how to use WhatsApp, I would think. The same applies to Facebook and all that. So that is what I do now in tech, basically, and also, of course, develop websites. So let us go back to diversity. So you've all understood what diversity is. To make it broader, like I told you, the tech person was that geek man. But now we figured that if the geek man is the one who is building these apps, all the apps that are being built are going to just consider the men. The women would have nothing, or the disabled, or the blind, or anything else. So we decided that who can build it better than you who knows what your problem is. For example, if I'm blind, I know that I cannot press on the phone. So as a blind person, I will use voice. Has any of you seen a phone for a blind person? Anyway, so for the blind people, because they cannot see, what we use for them are voices. But who would have understood that if we didn't have any blind people in tech? No one would, and they would never have benefited from tech. So, like I said, If you're a diverse person, you do AI, you do what. So we now bring it to people and community. So we bring in the women, we bring in the disabled, we bring in the blind, we bring in the dumb. So that is now what we call diversity in tech. Just like right now, I'm seeing so many beautiful women here, and that's a plus. Because by the time I entered tech, there were no voice, there were no these faces. I only had Mwemanye. So next slide. Okay, so what does diversity bring in tech? Diversity brings about growth. Like I've told you, if I'm a woman and probably I want to know my cycle, yeah, very sensitive topic to us. I want to know my cycle, and I want to build, like, I want an app that tells me that. I do not think a man can build that. Do we think men can build an app for our cycle, women? Yes. Okay, just randomly, how long is a woman's cycle? Men. See? 48 days. 28 days. And he said that with a serious face, but he's right. There are women with 28 days cycles. Any other? Even the women, we don't know. Yes? 31 to 35 days, you see? 21 to 35 days. You understand? Every woman has her own cycle, so it's not a particular, you know? So if no one knew that, if people who are building the apps didn't know that, then we wouldn't have growth. Yeah? Some people are actually using the apps for the cycles to, what do they call it? It's so loud. They're using the cycles for, what do they call that thing? Contraception. So if the cycle is wrong, if the app tells you a wrong cycle, see how you're landing in problems. So that's why we needed the diversity in tech. Okay. I think I've explained that, what diversity does. It drives innovation and creativity. It fosters sustainable growth and all that. Okay, so what are the barriers that, you know, lead people not to stay? The people who are, for example, the females, because I joined tech with so many others, but I'm still the only one standing. My other friends went back to teaching, actually. So what makes these diverse voices actually get out of tech? Of course, there is the financial issue. By financial issue, I mean there are so many people who wanted to be here today, but they didn't have the transportation, or they did not have the transportation, and some of them are so far away from Mbarara. They had to come and then also get accommodation, and that became so hard for them, they missed out on this conference. So that's what I mean by financial. Also, you could be wanting to learn something, but then you have to only do it on a particular computer that you can't afford. So you end up either being stunted or just giving up on that. So the next one is awareness. Some people don't know that anyone is actually welcome in tech. Like I told you, I started out as an English teacher, and here I am. You know, I'm a web developer, and I'm also involved in tech really deeply, but people do not know that. They think that someone has to have studied IT or software engineering to get into tech. So that awareness is very important. Then the stereotypes, yeah? For example, for most of us, if someone came in here crawling, not crawling, but walking, you understand? Because they are disabled. Most of us are not, okay, the first reaction of people, they are all going to put him on a pedestal, and they will think, since he's disabled, he might not actually know anything about tech. So those kinds of stereotyping make people not feel welcome in tech communities. Yeah? For example, me who started as a teacher, you come around and you want to learn from scratch, and people are looking at you like, what are you doing here? Like, how can you be in tech? All that. And that kind of pushes people away and make them go back to whatever field they had come from. Yeah, and the last one is language gaps. I'm sure all of us here are lucky and we all can speak English, but for my mother, my mother is a bad example. For my auntie, I have an auntie who stopped in P2. See, he just laughed at my auntie. So she stopped in P2. What she knows and remembers is catechism class, which was taught to her in Luganda. And basically, that's it for her. When her daughters bought her a new phone, she didn't know how to use it. So she had to call someone else to help her to use it. When they brought her a smartphone, she literally gave up. She said, Temubi Nyongera, just give me my cartouche. I think all of you know cartouche. So she made with her cartouche. Because one, she didn't understand what was happening on the smartphone. You understand? She only knows Luganda, but everything on here is in English. So even when like most of us are like, there are symbols for these apps, but they don't understand that. Yeah? For a person who is not going to school, even if you tell her, just look for the green application that is WhatsApp, it is going to be difficult because it's not the only green application. So language is important. And we've continued. So language is important, and that is why in WordPress we have something we call the polyglots, and their only job is to translate everything from English to their local language. For example, I translate from English to Luganda and also Kinyarwanda, so that another auntie of mine does not suffer the same fate. Okay, so what are the characteristics of an inclusive, diverse tech community? The characteristics are these. One, diverse leadership, yeah? By diverse leadership, we mean let everyone have equal opportunity, whether they are an albino, whether they are blind, whether they're a woman, let them take up these leadership roles. Yeah? For example, like I told you, I am the co-lead of GDG Cloud Ginger, and I'm so proud of that. And just because of that, I will stay longer in tech in my head. Anyway, then the next one is accessibility. Where are you putting your events? Yeah, I traveled from Ginger to Mbarara, and I had to get on a border because they told me that actually no taxis to here. I don't know if they lied to me, but that's what I was told. So I had to get on a border, be driven all the way here. So I don't know if that's accessible, but that's what I'm talking about. Like if you put the tech events in a place that is not accessible to everyone, it makes it harder for people to come and attend. And then feedback channels. For example, after an event like this, you're advised to, put out a survey for people to tell you, your talks were boring, change them a bit. Your talks were very good, bring back those speakers, those kinds of, complain about the food, so that we improve. And so that next time you do not refuse to come because we gave you kalo. You understand? So that's the kind of thing we want to talk about. Okay, so what helps to keep people around is what I'm going to talk about here. And of course, we begin with mentorship programs. When you come to a tech community, you don't know the expertise a person has. I'll give you an example. This is a gentleman from Ginger. I know he's a full stack developer. You might not know that. But if you mentored one of you to become like him, you might stay longer in the tech community. Like I said, I'm a technical writer. In case you have just joined a tech community and you would be interested in, doing documentation for the different softwares, you already found a person to, call a mentor and all that. So if more people are willing to mentor those who have just joined, whatever even if you know something small, that's something small, another person does not know that. So if you could share these things, peer to peer, or, choose a mentor, and it will help you, one, grow, and it will help keep you in the community. Anything else you want me to explain here? Diverse role models? Okay. How I can explain diverse role models is if someone looks like me and they have made it in a particular field, I will feel more encouraged. I will feel, the courage to also take that on. So, yeah. Okay, so how do we, make our communities more inclusive? Definitely, we do outreaches. I'll give you an example in Ginger. We have, like I told you, the WordPress community. Recently, I think our latest outreach was to a school that is rehabilitating teenage mothers. Unfortunately, in our region, girls keep getting pregnant at a young age. We don't know why. We just see them pregnant. Don't ask us. Yeah? So we have a big number of these people, and there's a school that decided to rehabilitate them and give them, skills. For example, hairdressing, blah, 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 and all that. But we figured these are girls that have dropped out in P4. I'm sure some of you were 9 years in P4. But in Busoga region, in P4, the person is 13 or 10 or whatever. And they get pregnant and their life has stopped there. So they do not actually know anything to do about technology. So what we do as the Ginger WordPress community, we go to these schools repeatedly, to this one school repeatedly, and we teach them. At first, we're teaching them just how to use a computer. Then now we taught them how to make websites. So that even when they have opened up their small shop, maybe their plumbing business, maybe they're a small salon, they have an idea of, I can take a photo and put it on my website and someone will see it and maybe they'll come to my salon. So that kind of thing. So you go out there in the community, you meet the people, you teach them technology, and that way we are, we are inviting more diverse voices. Because I, as Joanne, I would never know what a teenage mother is going through or what she needs. But she will know. And the more she learns technology, maybe in future she will build an app that is going to help, her fellow teenage mothers. Okay. All right, then the next one is establish partnerships with local communities and organizations. I'll give you an example. Again, as WordPress Ginger, we partnered with the albino, there's an albino organization, so it's all full of albinos. They look beautiful, by the way, when there are many. So we partnered with them, and we also partnered with an organization called Tech Rich Africa. For them, they have computers. So in case, for example, a community, we know somewhere deep in Busoga, they are there, they are willing to learn, but they don't have the access. Tech Rich Africa gives us the computers. So Tech Rich Africa gives us the computers, and of course for us we take our expertise. So back to the albinos, we partnered with them so that we can bring what we call the disability, part into tech, and that's why we partnered with that organization. So whenever we have a meetup, whenever we have we have word camps. Whenever we have a word camp, it's like, DevFest, they come, and we feel it's more inclusive because now also that community has been represented. Next. Next. Okay, so these are the key takeaways. If you want to create a diverse community, you have to be intentional, you have to know who to look for, and you have to be consistent. And also, you know that then you also have to make an impact through collective action. By that we mean the more we are as a group, we can do way more than an individual can do. Yep. So I think that's it. Thank you. I'm sure there are no questions. Oh, the special person. I'm joking. What kept me going? One, the more I kept growing in tech, the more I stayed, the more I realized how tech makes everything easier for me. As a writer, for example, I write autobiographies of people, and, okay, side deal before the technical writing. Like, for example, I write autobiographies of people, but now I just go and tell AI, for example, I'm writing an autobiography of a politician. I tell AI, hey AI, whichever AI, map out for me the autobiography of a politician. So they'll give me a whole sketch. Even when I go to do the interviews, I'll know what to base on. Yeah? And then, after my interviews, so this used to be my process of writing. I do the interview, then I hire someone to come and I'll transcribe, listen to that audio and write it down. Then after I'll come and clear out, erase, they have written bad, which you remove all that, and then you start writing. But right now, after my interviews, in a second, I don't even take a day without my transcription. Before, it was taking me 3 weeks for someone to finish an audio of 3 hours. But now, it's by 1 minute, I have my transcription. So I realized that tech makes everything simple. And if you want to make your life simpler, you can also create your own solutions and make your life simpler. So that's why I stayed.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause. Okay, so due to time, allow me to invite our next speaker of the day. Anthony, if you don't mind, please come forward. Yes, it's Anthony. Anthony Businje.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is DevFest Mbarara 2025. As I'm waiting, my name is Sinje Anthony. I'm a student at MAST doing Bachelor's of Science in Software Engineering. And I'm happy to be part of this DevFest event. And as I believe this DevFest event, it is an event where the tech enthusiasts always gain a lot. So, among us, I know there are developers, there are different categories of tech community, and there is, why do we always try to code or go into tech? We go into tech to solve challenges, solve real world problems. And here, I come before you to share with us how we can utilize the Google Sheet to power our Flutter app. Are we together? Yeah, so I have been a Flutter developer for over 3 years, and I discovered that there are Google Sheet as one of the Google products, and I realized that you can get the spreadsheet and the Flutter app. You use Flutter app as the front end, and then you use your Google Sheet as the back end and connect them, and you do what? You start using your full-fledged app. Okay, so why Google Sheet? So Google Sheet is very popular and always available everywhere. It is accessible by anyone as long as you have a Google account, and it is free to use. It is very familiar to everyone. I hope all of us are familiar to spreadsheet and Google Sheet and spreadsheet. All look alike, and it is very intuitive when you are using Google Sheet. It does not give hard time, but it is very clear on what you are going to do. So it doesn't need prior knowledge and experience. So Google Sheet, your legitimate back end, you can use Google Sheet and you can come up with a full Flutter app running using Google Sheet as a back end. So why Google Sheet? So while using Google Sheet, it doesn't require to go into complex codes. You don't need to have difficulties of coding, very difficult blocks of codes, but you just use simpler code, and at the end you get your app running, and you connect successfully. You can decide to solve real world problem or real world challenges. For example, there are very many small businesses that exist and currently are using the normal record keeping. They use maybe books, and most of the records are done using paperwork. But now, why can't you just utilize the available free online tools that are accessible everywhere and anytime? And then you can have your app running and you manage your business. records. It has the zero server cost. It doesn't need a server. It doesn't need like a database setups. There is no need for SQL or MongoDB, and Google Sheet allows collaboration. So team members can easily collaborate on just one Google Sheet and can edit and share data. So there is a key difference between the traditional backend and the Google Sheet. So for traditional backend, you need to set up database, and for the case of Google Sheet, you just need that Google Sheet, just simply that. And in traditional backend, you need server, but in case of Google Sheet, it's just in the cloud. You don't need costs of server. There are no costs related to Google Sheet, and it is simple and free, but which is not the case of traditional backend. So as the many challenges that are existing within logistics forced me to think of a solution that could solve these challenges. For example, there are errors in calculations. If you are doing manual record keeping, you can easily create errors. There is friction between workers. Maybe if the worker, let's say drivers, there are a lot of misunderstandings, and the paperwork involves, it does not involve real-time sharing of the records. But with case of Google Sheet and using your Flutter app, you can easily update your records, and at that instant, you share that records anywhere and anytime. So what could be our goal? Our goal, it is just to build a real-world solution that is real-time, that tracks our sales. So we are going to build an app called John Pond, and John Pond keeps track of the records of loadings, returns, and calculates sales automatically. So, what do we need? So, what we need, first of all, we need the basic knowledge just to learn how to structure our back end. If we structure well our back end, then it means we shall not have had time of connecting the front end and the back end. So, for example, you can do this simple structuring. Driver ID as header 1, driver name, header 2, product ID, and date. Then, how can we secure the connection? There are many methods, but here, majorly, we go for service account, because service account is the simplest one. For it, it doesn't require a lot of authentication. You just only need to authenticate once just by sharing the auth service email, and once you do that, then you will not have hard times with authentication errors, you will not be required like to sign in every time. So what we are going to do, we have to set up the service account. We just need to go to the Google console. Have we ever all you been able to go to the Google console and utilize some of the products that are there? Anyone? Do you? Yeah, that's good. So what we have to do, just go to the Google console and just create a Google project, create a service account, then you generate file credentials. After getting those credentials, we extract them, and then those are the credentials that we will use to authenticate the user in our Flutter app. So, why service account? It is most reliable and no user sign-in. It is perfect for back-end operations and no token expiration. It shares Google Sheet with API, account service email. After that, then we can set up the Google Sheet. Yeah, we can create a new Google Sheet and name it, and then get the Google Sheet ID, which will be required to share in our Flutter app configurations, and then structure the sheet. Yeah, so this is the setup flow diagram. You can the setup goes like this. You just need to go to the Google Cloud Console and create a service account, then download credentials. Okay. Then after that, you need to share the credentials and in the Google Sheet so that you can have access. Then from there we can integrate our Flutter app. What do we need? We need different APIs, packages. So those packages, we can find them from the pub.dev website. Just get them, and then in our Flutter app, we go to pubspec.yaml file, and we configure those dependencies, Google APIs, Google API auth, and also HTTP for response requests, and flutter.env. This one will be responsible for the configurations of the .env file. Yeah, so we can do our project structuring so that the file management is easy. For example, we can structure this way. We can create different directories, services, models, and screens so that we shall separate the concerns. So after that, we do the authentication. Yes, we configure authentication. So now, why go for account service? Because it automatically refreshes the tokens, and it does not require to buy tokens. There are other methods or modes where you have to always buy tokens, but this one, it doesn't require any token. So, while bearing in mind that we shall be needing to use the CRUD operation like create, read, update, and delete. So we have to do that in order to easily manage our records, and everything is set up well. So this is the diagram that shows the process, how how our app now works. The back end is connected to the front end. So the front end is connected and everything is running. So we can use our app to make requests, and the Google Sheet here is able to respond the requests, and it has to respond back and can be able to read data, can be able to write data to our Google Sheet using our Flutter app. After that, then our app automatically does the calculations, and there is no need to manually calculate. So there is, although we are using the Google Sheet API, of course there are limitations, and these are areas where it is perfect. For example, small to medium business, and in doing the prototype development, internal tools and dashboard, data collection apps, simple inventory systems, and road traffic applications, because it cannot go beyond 100 users. Thank you all for listening. So here I welcome your questions, and in case there is someone interested to have the code, and you can contact me after here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for that wonderful presentation. Once again, please, okay, due to time, if you have a question for Anthony, you're going to find him later after the session is done. So this is Anthony, if any of you really need him after the session. So at this juncture, allow me to invite the next presenter, that is Ronnie Solomon, please. Ronnie Solomon. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ronnie. I'm a software developer and a robotics engineer. Quite odd. Pretty sure a few of us have never heard about that. So I want to introduce us to, wait, hold on. How many of us have ever heard about Firebase? Not Bobby Wine's Firebase. Yeah, but Google Firebase. Nice, nice. Now, how many of us have ever used Firebase hosting before? No. You have Firebase hosting. What about app hosting on Firebase? Cool. So today I want to introduce you to web hosting using app hosting on Firebase. So Firebase hosting is a managed web hosting service designed for static and dynamic web apps. to give you a fast, secure, and globally distributed architecture of data. Here comes when you develop your website using your Angular, I prefer Angular, I love Angular, your React, your PHP, yeah, whatever you use, you want to take it, that was personal. You have to take it off of your computer and then online, right? Because it's not yours, you want people to use it. In that way, we need to host. And usually we buy hosting from, I used to buy hosting from Namecheap, buy a domain name, link, and the app is online. But issue comes in that if you're hosting with, let's say, a host provider that has servers in Virginia, users in Uganda will have trouble and lag when they are trying to find a website. Like the website is loading, it will be slow. So Firebase hosting comes with a CDN inbuilt in that when you host on Firebase, your website is cached on servers across the world, so that a user in UK, Uganda, and wherever they are, they can easily access that website in fast and secure. Firebase hosting, yeah. Firebase hosting has faster deploys because you could use the CLI or automate it via CI/CD. Do you have anyone doing DevOps engineering? Do we know yeah. You're coming. You'll explain CI/CD, right? Okay. Okay. CI/CD is continuous integration and continuous development. This is aimed at making sure that whichever change you make, if you want it to go live, you can take it live. Like it integrates with the current version seamlessly. That's CI/CD. It comes with automatic SSL/HTTPS. It should be /TLS. SSL marks your website or web app as secure to visit. So you don't need to buy this when you're using Firebase app hosting. Even hosting, they provide it for you. You can roll back. Let's say you publish a version that has an error. It's easy to roll back to a previous version that was stable as you fix the current version that has an error that you had deployed. Okay? Yes. You can add custom domains just like hosting. Now, what's the difference? App hosting is geared towards server-side rendered applications. The Firebase hosting, there are two products here, app hosting and hosting. Hosting is geared towards single-page applications. App hosting is geared towards server-side rendered applications. Does that make sense? A little bit. Okay. Progressive web applications or single-page applications usually don't have a lot of reactive data. Okay, let's say you're building a dashboard for managing the attendance here. Like that data is not so reactive. But if you're building on, I don't want to bring in another term. If you're building something that's going to be distributed among a lot of people or to a lot of people, you want snappier response, like fast response. That's why we choose SSR instead of the SPA. Anyone that has already written React? Good. Now, in React, you guys use, is it Vue? No, not Vue. What's that? That gives you SSR capabilities. No. It's a library in React that gives you SSR. I don't remember the name. In Angular, you can choose to build an SPA or SSR. In React, you use, I don't remember because I don't use React. Next slide. So here's the developer workflow for app hosting. You have your code base. Code base is our code that we've written, our project, our website, our web application. That's our code base. So you initialize hosting, then after initializing, you build your project. Because remember, we are writing using TypeScript, SCSS, or Tailwind, and we have to transform these, transpile them into vanilla JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Okay? Yeah, so building does that for you. And now, we can choose to deploy. When we deploy, it goes live. We can choose to review. If we review, it doesn't go live. But you as the developer can track changes, can see changes. Okay? Yeah. If this deploy or review has errors, we can roll back to a previous version that was stable. Make sense? So what gives app hosting more performance and scalability? App hosting uses Google Cloud CDN. Do we know what CDN means? No? CDN is Content Delivery Network. This involves, remember I've talked about putting your data on multiple servers across different regions so that it's easily accessible to people in those regions, right? That's what CDNs do. Like they distribute your content across multiple regions. And they use the Google Cloud CDN, which is the backbone to most CDN resellers out there, like Fastly, Cloudflare. A lot of them use Google Cloud CDN, so it's super reliable. Automatic scaling. If your application or website gets a spike in usage, you won't need to provision another instance, cloud instance. You won't need to provision another server. App hosting is going to handle that for you. Okay. Smart caching. Caching. We know caching, right? Do we know it? Hey, am I talking to people who have ever written code? Okay. Maybe we are tired. We are from lunch. We are still digesting. But caching is like saving. Okay? Yes, so let's suppose people in Uganda look for, like, search for Bobby Wine on your website, and people from the US search for Donald Trump. So what smart caching does is it will make sure all resources about Bobby Wine are stored and is accessible to the people in Uganda. And the people in the US will have resources about Donald Trump stored, and for them is the accessible. Then zero downtime. How many times have you heard that Google is not working in your lifetime? So zero downtime is self-explanatory. Switch. Sorry? Sorry? Okay, so app hosting comes with security by default. They add an SSL certificate for you. They, like, you can configure headers to determine what's acceptable to visit the website or what's not. You can use Firebase security rules to limit access to what resources. It's easily integratable with any Firebase resources like authentication, Firestore, storage, and everything in there. Switch. That's the sample code. If you're going to use it in your CI/CD, the experts will explain that. Switch. Okay. This was supposed to be a hybrid talk because I was supposed to demo for you, but due to the time factor, I can't. I apologize. That's it. Do we have questions that I can take right now? You need the microphone, or you can just shout it out. Nice. Firebase projects. And maximum page is 26. 7 of these have high traffic, like very high traffic. So it's rare. That's why people recommend using Firebase for prototyping, like shipping out stuff quickly. If you want to prototype an idea, they recommend Firebase because you won't get the surprise builds and stuff like that. It's like the best way to come and so. Any other question I can take? Yeah. I can hear you. Right. You have a fellow PhD developer back there. Yeah. Yeah. Right. With your PhD project. There are two answers to this, yes and no. Yes, you can post to your website, but if you need to connect to SQL, you need to use Google Cloud SQL. Firebase doesn't have SQL integration as itself. So if your project, if your PhD project is connecting to, is getting the not an SQL from Google Cloud SQL, it's okay, whereby everything is possible. So you can. But if you want, like, if I'm using Firebase, I'm going to use Firestore as a database. MySQL. Firestore comes free. It's a full product, Firebase product. So it's easier for me. But in your case, you have to integrate with Google Cloud SQL, which is possible too. Okay? You just won't find them in one location like I would. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Nice. Oh, you had a question, right? Gentlemen, you had a question? Yeah. Ah, cool, cool. No, I'm done. I'm done, yeah. Thank you for being good audience.
Another round of applause for Ronnie. So right now, allow me to invite another duo of Daniel and Omar. If you're in the house, please step forward. Daniel and Omar. Round of applause as they come.
I'm glad the door is closed because the talk we're about to have is not a very basic one. Please don't run. Just think of us as your math teacher. The one who says we are already behind schedule because I won't be alone, as you will see. Good afternoon, everyone. So while we are trying to get the technologing, in the dev circles, my name is Mashud. Today, I will be here with Dan, telling you about scaling applications with Kubernetes in regards to load balancing and auto healing. Temoduka. Dan Keto. You will introduce yourself when you come, eh? Okay, fair enough. So there has been some restructuring because of the flow of time. And I'll try to skip through everything there and then start with, yeah. So there will be a practical session to this that Daniel will handle. But you guys in the meantime can make sure you are acquainted with the resources including but not limited to scanning that QR code or visiting that bit.ly link so you can cache the application. Okay. So, what are we going to cover today? Today, I'm going to tell you about what happened in the old days before Kubernetes came. I'm going to show you why we are moving to Kubernetes lately, to GKE. I'm going to tell you about service discovery and how GKE load balancing works. I'm also going to tell you about liveness and readiness probes, how you monitor your applications in Kubernetes, and then Dan will come and take us to the live demo sessions, yeah? So, what happened back in that day? Back in that day, we used to have static VMs. This could be either on-prem or in cloud. But we used to set up monitoring alerts. And let's say you deployed on a Friday evening and then you forgot. And something happened or went wrong during the weekend and you're in the middle of Nyege and you get an alert. You had to get to your computer and then restart these things manually. Yeah? But lately, the things are changing. Because there you would have, let's say you are working with an application and it receives high traffic and you need to do some sort of scaling, you had to set up those manually. Whether it was horizontal, you're adding more servers, or you're scaling up more resources vertically, yeah? But days have since then changed. And right now we have containerized replicated applications in Kubernetes, or the GKE way. And it's more resilient because here it does automatic health checks in terms of props. There are 2 of those, as you see ahead. And it also does restarting and replacing, which is termed as auto healing. It also does automatic scaling. So when your application requires those kinds of services like scaling, or you have to throw another server and then connect it, the load balancer, blah, blah, blah. GKE does this for you automatically, so you don't have to jump out of your bed at 2 a.m. or leave your nyege, and then you come. Yeah. So, how does it work? Now, when you specify a service of load balancer in your YAMLs in GKE, this talks to Google Cloud to procure for you a secure load balancer, a network one that usually scales. So what happens is it's assigned a public IP address to which the traffic of your application actually lands before it gets distributed internally in there. And then by the help of the kube proxies, these automatically redirect that traffic to the pods that they seek healthy. Okay? You should note that pods are very dynamic components. I don't want to use the word we use there, but you guys know it, and I just won't say it deliberately. Thank you. But yeah, they are very dynamic in there, so you don't have static addresses, they don't have static resources, they are always moving, so there's need for that. But besides that, it automatically procures a level 4. Yeah. Should I really continue that side? No. But yeah, take away from this is the load balancer comes with a static IP address, so you may not have to worry about that as to how the traffic flows within your application. Yes. So, how do we keep this healthy? Okay. So I said something about keeping applications healthy in 2 ways, whereby we keep the first one being the readiness probe, and here we are asking initially, Kubernetes asks one question: are you ready to accept new traffic? And the answer could be yes or no, depending, because there are times when the application is starting. For example, I know guys who write applications here that take like 10 minutes to start. If you guys, how do you write your code? Anyway, so for as long as that application is not ready, it will be no, the pod won't be killed. But Kubernetes will keep waiting for that app to start, and as long as it's ready, it will start receiving traffic instantly. Yeah. So the use cases for this are when the app is starting, or you guys who have very heavy databases and you are trying to load data and it's not ready, or the app could be temporarily busy. It's just in use, yeah? And the second method to that would be a liveness probe, where here Kubernetes asks whether the application is alive. Yeah? Because you could be here and I have a, it's frozen, it's not working. Well, it's accessible via the server, but you can't use it. The user can't use it, right? So Kubernetes asks this question too, and if it finds that there is something wrong with that, it restarts the container, and yeah, you'll recover pretty well. So I don't want to take much of your time. I do want to invite Dan to carry on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Mwine. I'm a cloud engineer and a proud giraffe. I'm seeing some giraffes there. KIU. Yeah, so we're going to do a live demo, a very quick one. I'm going to explain the steps, then I go and demonstrate them. So I think we're going to only demonstrate auto healing because of time. So what we're going to do, we're going to deploy a simple application with the probes. And those probes, you've seen the readiness, and then like I've said here, you've seen the readiness probe and the liveness probe. Then after, we'll show when they are running and they are ready. We shall manually execute and kill an app. But this one, because of time, may take some time. I'll just delete a pod and you'll see it automatically starting a different pod. So that's what we're going to do. I think we shall stop there. We shall share the link, or you scan again and you follow. It has the whole process of how to do it. Okay. Yeah, you can first scan. Just a few seconds. So if that's it, let me come on. Are we done? Okay. So I think so let me do this very quickly. So when you look at the GitHub repo, sorry. When you look at the GitHub repo, it will have the whole step-by-step the procedures. You'll have all the YAML files that you'll use to deploy. So at first, what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to show how we create a project. I'm sure you've seen how they do it. Then you set up the project and billing account, and then enable the Kubernetes API. This takes quite some time. It will not be enough for us. Then creating the different clusters. This will take some time too. So we're just going to start from getting the credentials, the nodes, and then we test the auto healing. So when I come here, can we all see? Let me first see. Let me first see if there is a cluster. Yeah, so now there's a cluster we can use. So we're going to first get the credentials that will enable us to use our Kubernetes control. Kube control, G-Cloud. So you can follow up on the GitHub repo. We're trying to catch up with time in the shortest time possible. Clusters and various clusters. And then you have to specify the region. which is US East 1. So we're using US East 1 after what happened with AWS. We don't we don't use US Central 1. What if it crashes? So now after that we've gotten it, we can now, let's go to, I'm already in my, let me see if I have, yes, I have our folder. You can come and then you clone the repo very quickly. You can come, you clone the repo very quickly. So
we're under the assumption that you're familiar with basics of Git and Git.
Minus recursively. That's okay. It's the same. The same. Let's see. Am I home? I am not in it. I'd gone previously. So let's first delete this folder so that we can just sorry for that. So let's clone this repo so that we can follow step by step as fast as we can. I hope you guys know how to do this. So you need some Linux basics too. This is an intermediate talk. So now we're going to look at our files. We're going to deploy our application, and then we're going to deploy our load balancer, which is a service. So when we check on our deployment, we are going to realize we're going to deploy an Hello app, which will have two nodes. We want it to have 2 nodes at most. And then we want to get this is a basic sample container that is on Google Cloud on the artifact registry. And it's just a basic Hello app. I wanted to deploy a certain app, but there is no time. So it will be on the port 800, and remember 8080, and then we are going to do a liveness probe and also a readiness probe for 5 seconds. So to deploy it, use the kube control.
kubectl.
Kube control, we apply the file, which is a flag, and let's apply our deployment first. So we have deployed our application. Now let's deploy the load balancer, which is the level 4 load balancer, which is a network load balancer. If you look at it, which is the service, as you can see, it's a load balancer, which will give us our external IP address in which we shall be able to access our apps. So we can do the same thing, kube control, apply the file, which is the service.yaml. So now, let us look at the pods that have been created. So for us to do that, look at kube control. We get the pods.
Hope you guys are following though. No running. No running.
Yeah, cube, yeah. Sorry.
Told you guys it's kubectl, not control. Same way we have systemctl, not system control.
I'm trying to rush with time. So we are seeing our pods. They are running. So we wanted to deploy 2 pods. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to leave this live, and we watch what's going to happen. You get? So let's leave this live, and we open another shell terminal. So now let's get the external IP address for our load balancer. So to do that, we use kubectl kubectl, we get the service, which is the hello app, and we watch it. So it's, sorry, it's that's it. Get service. I was right, it's the hello service, which is the load balance. So this is the external IP address we are going to use to access our application. You get? So we can see that it's running. So now let us, when you look here, we want to just destroy one. We're going to just show auto healing. Sorry. We're going to destroy, demonstrate auto healing. So if we delete this pod, delete the pod, and we see it live here, realize that it crashed. You get? So it was terminated, and because of auto healing, it has been recreated. So now we have our clusters. You know, this has a different, you can see it's a different name. When you look at it here, you realize that it has auto healed it and brought out another pod. You see, this one has been up for 2 minutes, and this is for 22 seconds. So for now, let's stop there because of time. In case of anything, we can ask questions later. Thank you.
Thank you guys for listening.
And I hope these sessions will be marking the end of this jazz of it works on my machine. So we shouldn't expect the things of it works on my machine. It should be able to work on any machine on the planet. Yeah? So how are we feeling? I see some guys are so sad. Why are you sad? Are you hungry? We're very hungry. Okay, so I want you guys to bear with me. We're just having only one more speaker. Then I promise we shall have lunch, and it's going to be enough for everyone. Yeah? Is that okay? Yes, we are going to have lunch, so don't worry. And right now, I know we are all very low on energy, so please, I want everyone to stand up. Everyone, up on your feet. Yeah, everyone, up on your feet, up on your feet, up on your feet. All right. So, I just want you to stretch. Walk to the farthest person from you and ask the person 2 things that they learned. I'm giving you 1 minute to do that. 2 things that they learned from the previous session. Not the person you are seated next to. You have 50 seconds remaining. If you're quiet, ask them, what did you learn? Oops, sorry. Okay. Did your neighbor tell you something? Did your neighbor tell you something? If your neighbor told you something, just raise up your hand. And something that was authentic. If they didn't lie to you. Wait, all your neighbors lied to you? All of you were lying. But anyway, well, I hope the sessions are very informative. And usually I know that we always have very many questions after this. Because, yeah, these are jam-packed things and we're just here to give you nuggets. So it's just usually, you know, the top, it's just the top, what do you call that thing that appears on top of the iceberg? You know how huge an iceberg is? So it's just a tip of the iceberg. So there is a lot more. And how do we get deeper into this? It's by you actually taking the interest and looking more into the things that you've been introduced to. I believe some of you have been doing a lot already, but then you realize that there was a better way to do certain things. So I'm always going to encourage this. As a student, as a person, as a human being, there is always going to be learning, relearning, and very importantly, unlearning. Because yeah, some of us have very bad practices that we need to always unlearn. Otherwise, I hope you are actually appreciating these sessions. And also, you can always contact the presenters after. Allow me welcome our final speaker for this breakout session, none other than Arthur, who will take us through some other very exciting thing. I hope you are all ready for that. So let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you, guys. So I find myself in a very challenging situation, standing between you guys and lunch. Yeah, but I'll try my best to get it out of the way as fast as I can. I am Asasira Arthur. I am a software engineering student at Mbarara University, yeah, in my third year. And also a tech community leader, part of GDG on campus, Mbarara University. But today I'm here to talk about something that I got to stumble upon at an internship. Yeah, so I entered this place. It's a laboratory at campus. It's called IOTRA. Yeah, so I just entered the place and they're like, yeah, what are you here for? I want to volunteer here. And immediately they're like, you, okay, sit down with that lady. She's doing her PhD and you're going to work with her. So I find something called LoRa. It was a nasty time, yeah. But it's exploring LoRaWAN for IoT, connecting the unconnectable. Those things you think we can never connect, you're going to be able to connect them right now. But yeah, to begin with, a brief introduction into IoT. We are out of time. I thought we'd have more time, but IoT is how we have AI today, because everything that we're doing is about the Internet of Things, how phones are able to communicate with each other, how our watches, fitness watches, are able to send our data to the servers, how weather stations are able to communicate and tell us, produce the data that we use to know the weather, to predict the weather. And data is the backbone of today's generation, and we rely on IoT in the background. These are the unsung heroes. So it's quite a stack, multiple layers, protocols, and devices communicating with each other on the internet. Yeah. All right. But we all know about the connectivity gap, and I brought up facts. Yeah. So in the year 2000, the city of Luxembourg, yeah, just Luxembourg alone, had more international internet bandwidth than Africa at large. Yeah, that's it's a bitter pill to swallow, but yeah. But moving forward, with that gap in place, what are the technologies that we can use? Sustainable technologies, because I happen to be an environmentalist, and I'm passionate about protecting the environment, but being a developer at the same time is quite controversial, because you know how much energy the internet uses and all that we are doing, AI and the likes, consumes. The African continent has 38% of its population online. Yeah, next slide, please. That's far below the global average of 68%. Next. In Uganda, we have just about 28% penetration. That's 14.2 million people getting access to internet out of the 51 that we have, with 42% 4G coverage. I was just trying to use my phone right here, and I was, the moment you move out of the city, out of the urban areas, there is no connection. And that's where we need to get that data from. Yeah. And we need to look at the environmental costs of connectivity. Yeah. Energy hungry data centers and cellular infrastructures all trying to connect us. Because in areas, even when you go to your village where you did not have electricity at the time, right? You still can access mobile phones and everything. You can make phone calls, and even when the power goes down, you can access, we are in the era of UEDCL. If you guys know what I'm talking about, yeah, So we are burning a lot of fossil fuels to keep these cellular networks online. Cell towers need use generators and everything to keep online. So they're all power hungry and using too much electricity, emitting a lot of carbon dioxide into the air. These are statistics I wanted to be a basement for my talk. You can move on to the next slide, please. Yeah. Then we bring in LoRa. LoRa is different from LoRaWAN. LoRa is like the backbone, and then LoRaWAN is what I can call a framework that uses LoRa to do the magic. Yeah, a little bit of the physics. So the secret lies in CHIRP. Yeah, CHIRP, C-H-I-R-P, not the chaps that you're going to have at lunch. Yeah, these are waves. Nothing fancy here. Think of it as the yeah, CHIRPs are signals whose frequency increases and decreases over time. So they use a spread spectrum that controls the bandwidth, okay? It controls the wavelength of the wave. The wave can widen like a ripple of water. When you drop, when water drops into maybe a basin, how those ripples form. So that's it. CHIRPs have the ability of creating that kind of ripple. It can increase it and reduce it as it likes. That's the technology that LoRa uses. So instead of the narrow, sharp communications that Wi-Fi, I'm not sure about the frequency, but it's really high, yeah? But uses one frequency and is very sharp. LoRa can balance them out into a broad frequency using less energy. Remember what I started with? The energy problem, how much energy we are using and what toll it has on the environment. LoRa proves something that is quite interesting. Yeah, I brought up this, I could say quote. I think I should put my name down there. Yeah, but it proves that efficiency is not about doing more. It's about doing just enough. Doing enough, just enough to be heard. It's not about pushing all those high frequencies, high energy communications. You know how cellular towers work. Your phones, right now, your phone is not asleep. Trust me. It's GSM board is making communications with the cell tower. Hey, I'm here. Yeah, you are there. Yeah, I'm here. You're there. I'm here. You're there. You have a phone call. Now you can take this phone call. Your phone is constantly communicating. That's not what LoRa does. LoRa uses, it's quiet most of the time, but the communication is going through. So bats use the same communication, bats and whales in the oceans, to make sure that they communicate, they navigate the environment. LoRa is patient. It speaks slowly, but over vast distances. Yeah, at the end I'll share with you the longest distance that LoRa has been used to communicate over, yet it is using such low energy. A battery can last years. Yeah, a decade to be precise. So that was LoRa, using CHIRPs to send communications at very low wavelength, consuming less energy. LoRaWAN being the network protocol that is using the LoRa technology to communicate. Have any of us done IoT or embedded systems? Hands up. Embedded systems? You have touched an Arduino board, you have touched an ESP32, something like that. All right. A few. Yeah. You guys will follow along. Yeah. That's the architecture of LoRa 1. On this end, we have end nodes. This could be your sensor clusters, weather stations, your watch, your pet, your cow. Yeah, you could put a tag on your cow. You don't want it to be stolen. You inject it somewhere, or you make it get dressed in it or something. Yeah, any kind of sensor node, your phone. And then we have gateways and concentrators. These ones listen from all those nodes and send the data through over these very broad frequencies, low energy. Send them through to the network server, which later communicates with the application servers, which utilize the data for AI and the likes. LoRa's long-range communication minimizes the dense infrastructure that is required, fewer towers, lower grid load, and less electronic waste. LoRa, LoRa, next, yeah, the LoRa on communication distances, yeah, minimal energy, maximum impact. In an urban area, one tower, one LoRa 1 gateway can listen a radius of up to 5 kilometers, using less energy than these cell towers that you see. If you stood in an urban setting, you would see about 7 cell towers if you looked around you, and that's less than 5 kilometers. This one uses only one in a radius of 5 kilometers. In rural areas, say here in Mbarara or somewhere in Kashari or whichever village you might think of, you have 10 to 15 kilometers being served by one gateway. Very low energy use. These ones have adaptive data rates. These are some of the technologies that enable it to use less energy. It will use the optimal, the things that come with LoRa 1 now, building on top of LoRa. Adaptive data rate uses the spread spectrum that I was reading about. These ones, the chaps. So a lower spread spectrum means a higher frequency, more energy, and a larger spread spectrum of up to 12 could mean that you are communicating using much less energy and going, but there's a trade-off with that in terms of bandwidth, how much data you can communicate. We have device classes. These devices are set up with 3 classes on the LoRa 1 protocol. Class A is ultra low power. That's what all of them can do. Yeah, you can send uplink briefly, and then have a very short downlink window where you listen from the gateway. That's the node. Yeah. Class B has the same thing, send up and listen a little bit, but then you get more intervals of downlink, more intervals where the end node can listen from the gateway. Class C, on the other hand, is power hungry. It uses the most energy of all the LoRa 1 technologies. You realize what I'm driving at here is energy optimization. This one, it doesn't care. It will listen all along. It will push, listen a little bit, and then listen the whole time. It will always be ready to listen for downlink from the LoRa 1 gateways. Yeah. The energy paradox. Yeah. The future of connectivity lies in doing more with less. Doing more work with less energy, less hardware, less waste ending up in the soils, leaching chemicals into the soil. You know, that's the soil that feeds us, and the plants will no longer be able to survive. I already told you about GSM and how much energy it uses. Next slide, please. LoRa 1, on the other hand, devices transmit only when necessary. Yeah, they only transmit when necessary, when maybe the weather station needs to send some data to the gateways. It will only send when necessary, when someone has spoken to it, not always communicating full time. The gateways act as passive listeners. Yeah, they're always listening to all the other nodes. And then one gateway can serve very many kilometers, already shared about that. So you might be wondering, we are sending these radio waves. Are they secure? Anyone can tap into radio waves, you know? But using the security that LoRaWAN provides, we can be assured of the three pillars: integrity. Why are they skipping my mind? Integrity. Yeah? Yeah? The CIA, the CIA. So it is confidentiality, integrity, and lastly, availability. Thank you. Yeah. CIA, not the one in the US, not the security agency. Yeah, but this time security for your, roll it back please. I know you guys will have to go for lunch, but yeah, it's a long pack. Yeah, so on the device layer, we have AES encryption of the data. That means it is confidential. No one can decrypt it quick enough for them to make information out of it. They use a message integrity code to make sure that the wrong person does not get their hands on your data, and also have session keys. So these go along the security layers of the device, the network server, and the application server. Network server is responsible for channeling all the LoRa packets that are received and sending them to the appropriate application server. So there are two main ways of activating a LoRaWAN device on the network. Activation by personalization, you do that only once. You save the credentials, and then you just log in, and then you communicate without needing to communicate again. And over-the-air activation, which is advised in case you want to use LoRaWAN communication. Activation, over-the-air activation involves sharing dynamic keys every time you want to connect to the gateway. So yeah, you have to make a handshake, I might say, and the keys are dynamic. Roll on to the next one. So in case you're worried about security, LoRa uses low energy and still has high security. Play it back a little bit. All right, so yeah, we're going to look at it operates in the no license spectrum. You do not need a license. You know, when you're going to open a radio station in Uganda, you have to have a license from UCC to use that frequency, those frequencies that radios use. Here, you do not need a license. No licenses, just wake up one day and start doing impactful stuff with low energy LoRa. One. On to the next one. It operates in an unlicensed band, as already shared, and has a few regulations here and there. These, you know, since the thing is free, we just need to have a few community guidelines that enable us not to misuse the communication window, because these are frequencies that are going to be shared by everybody else. Uganda shares the Europe, Middle East, and East Africa, Middle East, and the whole of Africa at large. Most of Africa uses the EU 868. A lot of, you can go ahead and read about the regions and the regulations. When you're buying a device, it needs to be configured to which region you're going to use it in, a LoRaWAN device. So you want to get a sensor node and place it somewhere, maybe monitoring temperatures and everything. You need to be sure that the region is right and it is able to communicate to the gateways of using the right regulations. Next slide, please. There are a few trade-offs. Next one, as we wind up. Yeah, the longer range means lower data rates. Yeah, sending over long ranges at a very low frequency, escaping the noise. You know, the noise in the space is at higher frequencies. Yeah, but when you send at a much lower frequency, a broader spectrum, you're able to dodge the noise in communication, allowing you to send your signals at a much further. That's basically the trick behind LoRa. You don't have to do too much. You just need to work smart. Send quietly and let the signal flow through space and reach the intended recipient. Lower power means, please roll back a little bit. Lower power means higher latency, as already said. It spends more time. Yeah, using less energy means you will have to wait longer for the signal to reach. Yeah. Fewer gateways reduce the cost, but limit throughput. Throughput is how much data you can send at a time. Yeah. you have to send much less using LoRa. So it can't be used for things like voice. Next slide. It can't be used for voice. You'll have to make sure everything is simple. So the simplicity trades off flexibility, and every constraint saves energy and spectrum. True. Efficiency lies in working within limits. You work within your limits and make sure you get your data through. Next slide. So, yeah, in case you're interested in using LoRaWAN, yeah, using this low energy communication protocol, there are a few resources that are in the slides. I'll be able to share the slides in case you reach out to me. On this slide, you are able to get the LoRa Alliance, the Things Network, Semtech. Semtech is the company that founded LoRaWAN. They hold the patent for LoRaWAN, but it is open source. Yeah, they share all the information. The hardware and boards. Dragino is a very good one. There. Yeah, so in case you need to buy some devices, use Dragino. I've used them and they're pretty good. Next slide, please. In conclusion, what are the key takeaways of my talk here? Connectivity gaps in Africa demand efficient solutions, yeah? We might not have the infrastructure we need in place to collect the kind of data that we need to compete with the giants in the AI race, but we need efficient solutions like LoRaWAN to be able to have our end devices connected and communicating, collecting the data that we need for development in this era. Low power IoT with mini quite robust techniques to allow us to communicate, adaptive data rates, the classes, the security, and the few trade-offs that come with communicating over LoRaWAN. Next slide. Yeah, the fun fact. That has LoRaWAN was clocked in, I think, last year, and it was 1,360. That's 1,360 between the fiber optic. I think there are very ideal situations you can get to read more about it with the link below. Thank you guys. Bore you with all that physics, yeah. But in case you're interested in communicating using this technology, it's a very nice one for you to be sustainable, especially in connecting places that are not connected. In places where we don't have GSM, we don't have 4G, even 3G, LoRaWAN survives. Catch up, scan that link tree, yeah, and can keep sending that kind of a beacon to show that the device is alive. So yeah, it can be used for real-time communication, but using very small bytes. I tried to send an audio clip of 1 second using LoRa. I tried, I didn't succeed. It took about, I gave up when it reached like an hour. I was not so patient. So it needs to keep sending this. Oh yeah, something the talk, it's really broad, trying to get into everything that LoRa does and how it does it. Yeah. But when you're communicating using LoRa, I wish I could have enough time to go into a practical session. But you need to encode the data into bytes, into a byte stream. Okay? If you get digits and anything, even if it's an audio, you need to encode it into a byte stream and then decode it on your application on the network server. It's yeah, you can achieve the transmission, but if you're patient, for something like 1 MB, it can take you, so divide that by 50 kilobytes. It is quite a while that you will have to be waiting for your data to reach. 50 bytes, actually. 50 bytes, not kilobytes. So it's very small chunks, as we call them. You modulate it into chunks, break it into chunks, try sending the packets, and then try to retrieve them on the other end and reorder them to be sure that you get the data. So yeah, can you use it for real time? Yes and no, depending on your payload. Yeah. Any other questions? Did I answer your question, lady? She's off. Do we have any other question about LoRaWAN communication? No. Thank you so much once again. This is my very first talk. Yeah. So you're my very first audience. And I take that to be something very... I hope I did you justice. Yeah. Scan the QR code at the end and then we can link up afterwards. Thank you. Connecting the unconnectable using LoRaWAN.
Thank you so much, Arthur, for that presentation. So we are going to have our next speaker. So we're going to give him a few minutes, then he will be here with us. I think in the meantime, once again, I hope you, as I earlier mentioned, I hope you know your neighbor, because there is a prize I'm going to give for that. I know now you've switched your neighbors, but still, the offer remains. Pardon? Are you guys ready for yourselves? I want a neighbor that you don't know, someone that you've just met here. Someone that you've just met for the first time in this room. And also use this as a chance to network, like say hello to some new people. Okay, with me right now, have two shirts. So these are the prizes I'm offering right now. I have two shirts sponsored by Maxi Repair. Two questions. One, for the person, okay, you have to answer both questions. Okay, like correctly. The first question is the name of your neighbor. Yes. Then the next question is, what have you learned from this gathering that we've had? So I'm just going to choose randomly. Yes. I know there are some people that are prepared, but then there are those that are not. So that's why I'm coming like this. So, fate has had it that I'm here. So, sir, what is the name of your neighbor, and also what have you learned from this gathering today?
My neighbor is called Iraguha Derek. I have learned how to develop mobile apps using Flutter.
But you guys, okay. But okay, I'm still not yet content with that answer, because I feel okay. You try to enlighten us more, because I feel like your answer still has some loopholes there. Like, what exactly or how exactly have you learned?
Okay, I've learned how to use Flutter Flow to develop Flutter apps that are responsive. Okay, that can be displayed on both devices, maybe a tablet, a computer, and a mobile phone.
Okay, guys, so our first chat is going. So that means there's only one left. So let me see. Should I give it out? You've all accepted, so there's only one chat left. Kali, no problem. So you can tell us your name and also say hello to the crowd.
My name is Nathan Kuras from Kabale University.
Okay, okay. Who should I come to next? I want faces that I don't know. I know some people here know each other. That's why I'm not going to them. But you guys, it seems that you all know yourselves here. Huh? I know. Me, I may not. I'm not the problem. Your neighbor. Me, I want your neighbor. Who should I choose? Who should I choose? I know, Paul, you don't know your neighbor's name. I'm coming to you.
My neighbor is called John. She refused to tell me.
Cut there, the chat has failed. Supposed to be knowing both names. Yes. The first person told us both names, so I want people that don't know themselves. I think it's like a nice shirt. So there are more shirts coming and other hampers, but so far, this is what I have. Guys, now you two that are seated very far from each other. Do you by any chance know your neighbor's name?
I know my exact neighbor's name that is seated behind me.
So that one has also failed. Huh? Yes. For a shot, you can. You guys know yourselves. Mine's going to be hard. Kale, stand. What is your neighbor's name and what have you learned?
My neighbor's name is Melissa Atugonza, and
Kati Stanley, another question. How is this neighbor of yours related to you? Like, what is the relation?
she's a student here at Must. She's my friend. Then what I've learned when we had gone for the Flutter breakout room, after the Flutter thing, then someone came in and taught us how to use Stitch AI to do user interfaces. Yes, so I've learned to build user interfaces using Stitch.
So, guys, should I give Stanley the shot or I don't? Majority vote, those in favor of Stanley? Say, oh. No, those in favor that I should give him the shot. Say, oh. I give the neighbor. Guys, those in favor of me giving the neighbor. Stanley, I'm sorry, but majority vote. Okay, thank you so much for participating in this short game of ours. So right now, allow me to invite our speaker to please come and present. So you're most welcome, sir.
Oh wow, oh wow. Who won the shot? The neighbor, the owner. We need to be sure. Was it the neighbor or the owner of the shot? Yes? The neighbor. Oh wow. Oh wow. Ladies, gentlemen, it's a wonderful afternoon. We carry greetings from Kampala, Uganda, Makerere University, Quantum, Uganda. As oh wow, just a minute, just a sec, and then we shall be good to go. So, okay. There's no internet. So as the gentleman is helping us out to set up, I see a number of us have laptops here. What is happening? I need to understand what is going on here. Laptop here, there, here, there. Why do we have so many laptops? Any volunteer? Why do we have so very many laptops in the house? As we set up the slides briefly, someone has a response.
The answer is most of what we are doing is hands-on. It's practical.
Awesome. It's hands-on. It's practical. It's hands-on. It's practical, but surely, yes, thank you so much, the technical team, for the amazing job you're doing around Mast Mbarara. So the gentleman earlier told us that why they have so many laptops is because they are doing hands-on. I guess we have some hands-on. I'll just keep it at that. People who do hands-on in here, probably you're programming, probably you're innovating, probably you're anyone who is doing any of that, programming, innovating, AI, machine learning, anyone in the house? Why? Please, more hands. We need more hands. Anyone in the house who is programming, who is working on something to do with computing? Please, come on. Okay, awesome. Quite a number. So I want to take us back in time briefly before we continue. That computers or the computing resources has evolved over time. Where we began from the earlier computers, where the earlier computers, we had computers that were as big as this room is. I hope someone here is in position to imagine that, internalize it, and see how we have evolved over time. We've been in position to evolve over time. And how computers work, this should be very basic. I want it to be very basic. How computers work is basically a series of zeros and ones that are running behind the machines. Do we all agree? I saw a number of hands as we began, the programmers, what. Do we all agree? I want it to be very basic so that we don't lose each other along the course of this discussion. So that's why today we are discussing bits. But to be specific, we shall classify the bits into two categories. So classical bits, this is the background of where computing is coming from. And I don't know, at some point, maybe you have a small, low-resourced machine that at some point you needed to close some programs on your laptop so that you can be able to run another program. Anyone has used Android Studio before in here? Yeah? I shouldn't talk about, someone is dying back there and is like, don't talk about that. I shouldn't start. So that's where we're coming from. And we look at that as a limitation to the classical computing and the main emphasis of why we're having an emerging tech and discussion today. So ladies and gentlemen, beyond, how do we move beyond classical computing, the laptop you have on your table? And please, let's see how this goes. Let's be very attentive. Let's prepare those questions. By the end of this session, you're going to at least have learned something to do with new computing trends. Let me hand over to my co-session speaker, and we shall pick it up from there. Thank you for being such a nice crowd, Rudy.
Thank you very much, George. Good afternoon. And as the current slide is saying, why quantum matters for Africa's tech future. So for starters, what is quantum? Who has heard about quantum before? Just quantum. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And what do you understand when someone says quantum? What was that? Oh.
What I understand is quantum does faster processing and it uses, is it qubits?
Thank you very much. Someone else?
With quantum computing, I think classical has zeros and ones, but with quantum, the zeros and ones can coexist in some way. I think that's what they refer to as the qubits, and at some point in time, it's going to cripple the cryptography sector, because now because the try and error will be more faster, and then it will obviously break it. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, there is someone else.
Thanks very much. What I understand about the word just quantum. Quantum can be a band of energy carried by light or something like that.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for your views and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ahawe Clarissa, and my colleague George, we're from Quantum Uganda. And just in case you don't know about Quantum Uganda, 2025 is a quantum year. So as Quantum Uganda, we have taken the initiative to make certain that we spread knowledge and we make awareness of quantum and what it is. So today it's what I'm just going to tell you about. Yeah, Okay, thank you very much. So what is quantum computing? Just like some of our colleagues have told us, when you go to the classic computing, well, both have bits, but the other one has qubits. But when you go to classical computing, it's either zeros or ones. And when we come to qubits, yeah, it's zeros, ones, or both. Like he said, they can coexist. And to paint a narrative for someone who does not get the picture, look at yourself having two parts, yeah? For example, this, is it a column or a row? Okay, this column and this column. When it's classical computing, yeah, it's either going to take this at a time, and then it comes to this. But when we're referring to quantum computing, it's going to take both at the same time, yeah? And why does quantum matter globally for Africa and Uganda at large? Yeah, thank you. So why does it matter? Why are we talking about quantum today? So one thing I know is that this room is having dev techs, it's having innovators, it's having people of different interests. Maybe some are interested in innovation, and yeah, so this is where quantum comes, because it's not like, I know when we talk about quantum, you're going to think about the computers, and because it's just a new thing, it's still bulky, just as the first generation of the classical computers, yeah? But we can actually get in the quantum space. We can actually get in the quantum space without being limited by the barrier of hardware, just by what? By the knowledge, using, sorry about that, using clouds. Sorry, I'm mixing up stuff. Using the cloud knowledge of quantum. Sorry, yeah. We've heard about IBM. Yeah, IBM, Google, Microsoft. They have the software part that has the same knowledge, but like you don't need the hardware equipment, yeah? So that's just about it. And where we need it in our applications, for example, it narrows down to the impact in society. For example, in farming, where we are going to apply it in predictions of seasons, and this is going to help the farmers to optimize yields, to avoid, you know, like when you're planting, when they're usually planting, and I know people who, most of us here stay in Mbarara, and if we have farmers around, you've faced this before where you plant, but then it's like you get a dead season, yeah? So this is where it comes in for predictabilities and to optimize yields for us. And then it also comes in for impact. For example, climate solutions, where it helps in simulation of water systems, electrical grids, and this improves the sustainability of our communities, yeah? And it's also applicable in artificial intelligence, and there are quite very many more, so I urge it's a call, because this is something new. The earlier, the better. So I urge all of us to get interested in this and get to learn more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clarissa. That was awesome. I guess she deserves more, you know. Let's give it up to Clarissa. Thank you so much, Clarissa, for that. Yes, I think she talked about a couple of elements, insights to do with quantum computing. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to your attention as we're winding this down. Allow me to use a few minutes. I think Miriam is on my case. Miriam, I'm summarizing, please. Just a few minutes. So, previous map, it shows the global contribution so far when it comes to quantum. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to your attention that up there, we have German with over 3.3 billion USDs. That is investment into the quantum tech. And also we have the Europe, where we have over 1.1 billion. But somewhere down here, we have Africa. I hope everyone is in position to see this. Africa, and I think it's South Africa, that is doing some investment, which is about 3 million USDs in the quantum space. And what does it mean to all of us? It is an opportunity for us. I don't know, we have devs in here, we have researchers, we have innovators. It's an opportunity for us that is before us to explore and to be in position to build. So it literally shows that Uganda has zero, how many dollars? 0.0 USD billion dollars that are invested in quantum. And this is a chance to all of us that we should take up front and see what we can do to support the space and not to be left behind as we're building. Because just from what you said, would anyone want to test out how a quantum computer works versus, would anyone want to? Sure. So this is what we are advocating for as Quantum Uganda. That as the UK is doing, as Google is building the Willow, as IBM is doing whatever they are doing, let's not be left behind. Currently, the opportunities that we have at hand for us now, I believe this is more of a students' community. So the opportunities that we have at hand, we have scholarships. There are quite a number from South Africa in line with quantum research and optimization. Because like she said, right now Google's Willow is bigger than I am. So if we had one here, how shall we all be in position to use it? So we need to optimize for end devices and mobile. Then we have some free tools, the likes of IBM, for you people to be in position to try out some of the quantum resources, talk about the quantum machine learning, talk about the Qiskit packages. It's all for us. But then at least you have to be to show interest, and then you have to be a part of the bigger global community to have access to these tools. Then we are here. We are seeking collaborations and to build networks. Then when it comes to research, it is too much. It is too much. Personally, my background is computer science, but I'm looking forward to if I can have a postgrad in quantum and AI, so it's something that can never happen to me. If it can happen to me, it can happen to you as well. So it's an opportunity. Then imagine if you have a Q WhatsApp on your mobile. How is it going to be different from the normal WhatsApp? So these are all opportunities for us as Africans to be a part of these global efforts. Then currently, we should get out of MUST with at least an ambassador of Quantum MUST to join Quantum Uganda. And it's an opportunity that we can leave as Quantum Uganda at hand. And then as we conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you all to follow us up and connect with us at Quantum Uganda. And we are very open-minded. We want to work with most of the bright minds around Uganda, around Mbarara, and the entire nation. So feel free to follow us up via our LinkedIn. Our goal this year, we wanted to reach out to over 1,000 plus young minds, tech enthusiasts, people who are into the innovation spaces, researchers. And then next year, our focus is going to be around collaborations, partnerships, and then opening up to the global quantum computing network. So ladies and gentlemen, is someone finding this worth helpful, being a part? And we are open to questions, I think, after. We don't have the time to take them now. After, feel free to reach us anywhere we're going to be. We moved with quite a wide team from Kampala, and you should meet us all up in case you have inquiries. And Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a part of our wonderful session. And it's a cute thank you from us, Quantum Uganda. And I've been George Semaganda and Clarissa taking you. I hope you find this helpful, and I will be happy to connect and have you part of this family. Thank you so much.
All right, a round of applause for them.
Oh, awesome. She feels like ChatGPT won't be enough to respond to all your questions. So she's giving us 1 more minute to be able to take up our questions from, in case you have a question, please. This is the time for us all to shine and share knowledge. If there's a hand.
Yes, I want to begin by saying thank you for the very lovely presentation. It has been very lovely, beautiful, good to understand quantum computing. So what advice do you have for me as a student, an undergraduate student? How can I get started with quantum computing just in my room, maybe in hostel or hall?
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question is, do we need like some high-end machines or high-end laptops to start quantum computing, or these ordinary laptops of ours can also be used?
Thank you so much. It was open to 2 questions. Yes, my dear brother, thank you. As a student, personally, I've been a student for the past, ever since I began understanding. I've been a student and I'll never stop being a student. So I understand fully the background you're coming from. So quantum computing as a student, how do you join in? Right now, Quantum Uganda is led by a number of us who were students, yet to graduate, a number of mentors. Does that resonate with you so well? So it doesn't require you to be really an expert to have a contribution or to learn what quantum is, but it comes out of curiosity. If you're curious enough, there's a lot of open source to quantum computing already. Google's Echoes was launched. It was one of the best things that have happened in the quantum space. Since then, Echoes, it's to do with machine learning faster. It was over 1,000 times faster than a normal computer tested for the same computation. And that is amazing. That's awesome. If you can do it, let's say you're doing your machine learning, it is something that is going to help you. I had someone was complaining earlier that they were running a neural network and they had to run over 1,000 epochs for just one model. Now imagine if you can achieve that with just 5 epochs. What a time to be alive if we have access to such resources. So as a student, begin from here. Lead these chapters. If you have a chapter, be a part. There is a lot of open source from IBM, the Qiskit libraries and what, but then you have to be an organized community to have access to those. So as a student, I don't expect you to take a course right now because there is no any course you need to do with quantum around Uganda. So if you need to do anything relevant and relatable to quantum, you might need to fly out or to do a remote course. So for now, be curious, look out for the information, be in the communities, connect with all of us, and that is already good enough for you to begin. As I was responding to you, I think I was also responding to the gentleman behind. His question was, how does he run quantum compute on a classical compute machine like resource? Currently, most of the works that are being done, we are working with online resources. Just the way maybe you run your Collab, Cargo, it is compute that you can't afford personally, or that your machine will not afford to host locally. So we have online resources that right now we are testing out with, and IBM is doing a lot. Google is also in that line. We can't forget Google. Ladies and gentlemen, we should give a hand to Google here. They are doing they are doing a good job, and they are supporting so much the space. So right now, you need what is already available online, and then you should be in position to play around with as low as 2 qubits of quantum resources, and we are open to help you in case you're interested in the same. Thank you so much. Unless otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much, George and Clarissa, who stepped out. Yeah, another round of applause for them. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys have put those hashtags on the social media platforms, because they are, you know, prizes for those that did and have. So our social media handles on Twitter, just search for GDG Cloud Mbarara, and, you know, put a post there of what is taking place right now. On Instagram, it's still the same at GDG Cloud Mbarara, and LinkedIn, just search for GDG Cloud Mbarara still. And you put your post there, post that you're here. You know, don't forget to put that update out there. And then also I want to give a shout out to our sponsors and partners. First is, you know, where we are, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And then also Sunbird AI, which later there'll be a representative to talk more about, you know, something connected to them. And then Creative Campus, that is on the media, photography, you know, that is helping us to be live. If you have your roommate, you left home, and they are sick, I hope they are watching you, eh? Then there's also Maxi Repair. I think you've seen some of them around. You could meet them, and, you know, if your PC is that second-hand laptop, I know there's a guy going to come here and talk about that car second-hand over laptop and what. Yeah. So that guy, just be glad that he's coming to talk about that. And if you have that second-hand laptop that is spoiled, reach out to them. They'll help you out. Then also those that have seen the GitHub Campus experts, they're also in the building. Yeah. Our gentleman is just there, yeah. So those that have seen him around, he gave out some swags earlier. Yeah, so we also have the GitHub Campus experts around. And, you know, our hashtags for the day are just hashtag DevFest Mbarara 2025, hashtag DevFest, hashtag DevFest Mbarara. Just keep, you know, posting and showing that you're in the building. So just right about now, I'd like to invite another gentleman who is going to take us through something very interesting on AI. I know AI is now the revolution around, you know, whatever we are doing. So I'm inviting him to give us his brief talk so that we, you know, conclude and go into lunch. Yeah, so as he's coming, I invite Brandon to come and give us his talk on how to use AI to create impactful projects, non-weekend projects. I'm really anxious to know what he's having for us. Yeah, so Brandon, the floor is yours. A round of applause for him, guys.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to be presenting my talk to the GDG Cloud Mbarara community. And as I prepare for my slides to be beamed up, my name is Brandon T. Bande. I'm from a small country in Southern Africa called Zimbabwe. And yeah, there we have my slides. So as we are now moving in the AI age, you know, everyone is telling you that you can just go ahead and you can build software, you can build websites using AI. I mean, Sam Altman is telling you that, the CEO of Google is telling you that, and then there is this random guy from Zimbabwe telling you that no, you can just build, you know, just because you have AI. And that is going to be the first part. Like you can just build using AI. And then the second part is going to talk about now how you can use AI to create impactful projects, not shelved weekend projects. So vibe coding is the in thing right now. I mean, who doesn't do vibe coding among you? Who does not do vibe coding? Who doesn't use AI when they're developing their prototypes or their systems? Almost everyone uses it, right? But when you hear about AI, when the term vibe coding was introduced, the guy who actually came up with the term talked about, you know, it being good enough for just prototypes and simple weekend projects. And then there we are, you know, trying to use it to develop things that go into production. I mean, arguing against the guy who came up with the term. And just a bit about me. I'm the most stubborn developer kind that there is, the self-taught. Of course, I'm not counting YouTube as my teacher. And I have been an ideator and an innovator for quite a bit. And then last year, I had an AI startup that I was trying to come up with that talked about using AI to sort of like to give offline access for those students that are in remote areas. And it sounded like a very good idea on paper, but I would sort of like mention why we didn't proceed with it and how we are strategizing on, you know, coming back, because there's no way I'm giving up on that. And then my current role is I'm a business analyst trainee at the moment, and I'm also pursuing a master's in strategic management and corporate governance. So recently, most of my talks have been coming from that strategic management and governance perspective. Next slide. Now, the first thing that I will talk about is AI hype. It's not all hype. AI is really the game changer that we hear about. And I think it is the best thing to ever happen to automation, because back then when you wanted to automate something, you had to sort of like set the rules, make sure that the rules are being followed, try to come up with ways to sort of like mitigate when the rules are not being followed. And now this kind of automation that integrates AI, it's sort of like now has some kind of logic behind it. It can sort of like reason for itself, and only in extreme cases that is when it can tell you that no, you know, I cannot deal with such a thing. And then the other thing is AI is not really all that. As much as we talk about AI being able to build solutions, if you don't know what you're building, if you don't know how to build it, then all you're building is what Edwin was building in his first 4 years. I think he talked about how he spent his first 4 years in the software creating space, building nonsense. So if you don't know where you're going, if you don't know what you're doing, then you're really doing nothing. You're just wasting AI tokens and probably cloud server time. Next slide. And this is something that is fascinating that came up from an MIT research that was conducted, I think, a month or two ago, where they were saying that 95% of AI projects, they failed to achieve their targets, and they also failed to materialize. And we are talking about 95% of solutions that were built by people from MIT, Harvard, you know, all those fancy universities. Like, and then most of the reasons for their failure is, first of all, there is this syndrome whereby people build solutions that really don't solve a problem. There is this approach that people were sort of like pushing for, especially the content creators, where they were saying that you can just go on ChatGPT, ask it about the problems, it will give you a solution, then you just take the solution, you vibe code, and then you deploy, and they're good to go. And then they promise you that you're going to make millions. You are not going to do that if you're not solving a real problem, because people pay for solutions that address their needs. And then the other reason for failure is people cannot explain what it is that they're building. You vibe, you build, and then people ask you, what is it that you worked on? You have no idea. And usually that happens when you sort of like let AI take control. You have that idea, you start building, and AI starts suggesting things for you, things that were not in the original plan. And by the end of the project, you no longer know where you're coming from, where you're going. You just know that you have a solution. So when things go wrong and customers are asking you, how do we solve this? You cannot answer for that. And then, your credibility is all gone. And then some of these solutions, like the one that I was building, are what I would like to call a legal landmine. Like we just build, we're developers. We see a problem, we think how we can solve about it using code, and then we just build. For the setup that I was trying to come up with, textbooks, and we fed it because we were trying to create contextualized and localized AI learning assistant. It was just before we were about to announce our launch when someone actually had to share that story with us that some years ago, I think maybe, and the company that they were working for actually went bankrupt for using copyrighted material. I was a developer. I just knew that I had a solution. I tried to find for my sources and make something work. So, which is the errors that come with most of the stuff that are vibe coded. Because, like I say, sometimes it's get out of hand and you no longer know what it is that you're doing. And if you're not in control, then you end up with nothing to deploy or having to restart the idea. Next slide. And now, as we, like I said, I'm not just here to tell you that, it's not going to work. You cannot just build stuff. I'm also going to give you some of the suggestions on how best you can leverage on AI to build stuff that actually works, stuff that have got an impact, and at the end of the day, stuff that customers are willing to pay for. And for you to be able to do that, the basics still matter. You still need to understand your code. If we didn't need to understand your code for you to build software, I think most of the developers in this room would be irrelevant. The only reason why you're still relevant is you still know your stuff and you're still able to guide AI and you're still able to troubleshoot where AI goes wrong. Can you go back? So I think you've seen it with those who use context engineering when they're trying to come up with whatever it is that you want to generate with AI. Just give it a random prompt and it will give you wrong answers. It will hallucinate. But if you sort of like give it the context, it sort of like refines your output and gives you something that is better. Next. And if you master the basics, not only the basics of development, the basics of understanding your customers, the basics of marketing your products, right? And if you understand your solution inside and out, you actually stand a chance against everyone who's building and deploying an application each and every day using AI. And as you build, you need to know what it is that you are integrating into your solution, because when you are building with AI, it will give you so many suggestions. At one time, I tried building with Laravel, and I never touched a line of PHP in my life. I thought I could translate what I knew from JavaScript into Laravel, and I'm already traumatized thinking about it. So try to understand the problem that you're solving, who it targets, why exactly is it a problem, and then try to understand the customer that you are trying to save for. For example, you can come up with a very excellent e-learning solution, very brilliant, but then you want to deploy it in remote areas where they do not have the gadgets, where they do not have the internet. So you just wasted your time building that solution because it's not getting to the customer. And next slide. So these are some of the things that make up a good solution. First, you understand your target market. You have brilliant UI and UX. This is 2025. No one really wants to use an ugly application. And try to make sure that the functionality is on point. And then there is an issue. How do you get people to know about your solution? Those are all the things that you should to think about, before just building and trying to deploy. So the marketing aspects actually matters. And then how exactly are you going to deliver your solution? Is it going to be offline? Is it going to be online? Is it going to be packaged maybe in a way that is hybrid, mostly offline, regularly sending updates online? Those are some of the things that you have to think about, because different communities, different customers need different solutions. So try to think about them. Don't generalize your customers, and don't assume what your the best way to get to your customers. You actually have to look into how best you can do that. And then there is an issue of feedback. You build a solution, you get feedback from other people who are in the same space. You get feedback from your users. You get feedback from maybe other people in marketing or whatsoever. You should try to incorporate it, because most of us, I don't know what happened with the world. Most of us are sort of like egocentric. We believe that we're always right. And if you really want to stand out, in a market that is already flooded with so many people building at the same time, try to find ways in which you can take all that criticism, all that feedback, and build upon it. And you don't have to take everything. Take what matters, take what applies, and then, incorporate it into the next year update of whatever it is that you're working on. Next slide. And then the other thing is you have to build for real people. So this is a quote by Steve Jobs, where he was talking about we have to figure out what it is that customers want before they know that they want it, right? And then there is another quote by I think it was Henry Ford, where he was saying that if I had asked people what they want, they would have told me that they wanted faster horses. And that is from the guy who actually invented the motor vehicle. So you have to sort of like try to figure out what people want and how they want it. And that is where I usually come in as a business analyst. We try to understand what the customer needs. We try to sort of like translate it to the developer, so that the developer builds what the customer actually wants. I had an issue, I think about 3 months ago, where one of the departments at the university that I work at, they asked for a feedback system, and that feedback system was supposed to sort of like just give data, pie charts, all that basic stuff for analytics. And the developers approached it in a way that they thought addressed the solution, addressed the problem. And what they built was, the guys who requested for it were like, let's just go back to Google Forms. Like that was after, after the developers had spent something like a week trying to build a solution. Then they were just like, nah, Google Form works best for us. And the actual solution that was accepted was something that fed into Google Forms using the Google Forms API. And people actually had to build that in something like, in the space of less than a day. So try to understand your target market. Sometimes you are trying to come up with a new solution for a market that is not willing to change. It happens a lot. And when the market is resisting, unless if you are Steve Jobs or if you are Sam Altman or if you have the financial resources, then it's going to be impossible for you to break into that market. I mentioned something about delivery. Where exactly are you meeting your customers? How exactly are you meeting your customers? And are the customers willing to pay where exactly you meet them? Because at the end of the day, I think, I don't know about you, maybe you might be motivated by passion, but I want to get paid. And then try to understand the user experience. There is this thing whereby you have a perfect solution that works, but it takes 5 minutes to load. The user is going to be like, nah, I'll stick to what worked, what slightly worked before, and skip that. And then the building blocks, like I said, I think you can just go fast forward through the slides, and I will just spend 30 seconds. So for me, the best approach to adopt this AI age is to actually use your actual intelligence, integrate it with artificial intelligence, and then come up with accessible innovation that people are willing to pay for, and innovation that address the problem. And then you can go and then also try to understand the regulations around the field that you're working, the ethics that come, and the governance within the sector that you're working. If you're building an AI-powered e-learning application or something in health, and you don't know the ethics around those fields, then you're going to be in deep trouble. So this is a quote from Suits. First impressions last, blah, 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 blah. If you start your startup, with the government against you, the government doesn't forget. Like you abuse some of their regulations. If you do anything like that, 10 years into the future, they'll just come like, in 2025, we did this and that. It's time for you to pay out, and that is how companies go bankrupt. So now it is the time for us to unlock the potential of responsible human-centric AI to build breakthroughs that address the sustainable development goals. And there is a lot of money in that space. So I think I'll just end here, but my slide will also be available among the speaker slides. So thank you very much for the opportunity and for lending me your ears.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, that was quite a good session. Personally, what I learned from the session is that as you're using AI, you should also be intelligent, like it. So I don't know how many people have really posted out there, but you guys keep posting those hashtags, keep posting on the social media accounts. We have gifts for those who are posting. So about now, I want to invite our next speaker because I know we are really running out of time. I'm going to also overtalk, okay? I'll talk last. No, actually, before the last person. So I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Philip. He's going to give us his talk in a short while, and then we're going to the last and we finish up. A round of applause for him. Guys, until he comes, okay? A round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was well clear at the end of the last presentation that everyone is tired. But since it's a lightning talk, I'll make sure it's as light as possible. My name is Philip Sempeva. I'm a machine learning engineer. I work with the Deep Learning in the Bucks AI Research Lab in Uganda. And today I'm just going to give a lightning talk about the unseen cost of training a machine learning model, which we all have an idea about. And I believe this is the right time to talk about it. We could not bring such a session at the start for some reasons. But I just want you to think about what happens when you run a cell, when you're training a machine learning model and you run the model.fit cell. Just figure it out. But whatever you think about might not exactly be what happens. So the first time I trained my machine learning model, of course, this was not the first model I trained, but I would say somehow it was, this was a productive model, and it was a medical imaging model, so it ran for a number of days on a GPU. Of course, I used cloud credits, and so at that moment, I celebrated the accuracy of the model, but I never knew that at that point, it wasn't about the accuracy, but about the power that was used to train the machine learning model. And so that's what hit me a lot. And I started understanding that every training leaves a trace that goes beyond just the terminal in which you run the model. So according to research, it shows that just training one AI model is equivalent to 5 cars' lifetimes. And I believe that's concerning for our environment. So this is still from the research from the Stanford AI report of 2024 that shows that training the GPT-3, which we all know, costed 502 tons of carbon dioxide and 1,287 megawatts. So this is the same as the emissions, the lifetime emissions of 30 cars. That's from the Stanford AI report. And so we see that the GPT-3 right was brilliant, but it also burned enough energy to power our entire neighborhood, like Kenya. So we look at training versus inference. Now, we train a model. We all know that in machine learning, you have to train a model, and then after deployment, people will start making inference to that model. But we need to compare we need to make a comparison between these two. So training is a one-time cost that you do once and you don't train again. Maybe if you're fine-tuning the model, but inference happens. This is billions of predictions and billions of watts of energy. I don't know if you have ever seen some quote around the internet that has to do with every prompt that you make to ChatGPT costs something. So some of us who are very funny, I come to ChatGPT, I tell it, hey, it replies. I tell you, how are you? It replies. I again ask it, hey. That single prompt that you're making, or the inferences, costs a lot in terms of energy. So we talk about the training cost, but at times we ignore the drainage that we get after the deployment of our models. So Google estimated that the energy that is used in AI for training, just 60% goes to the inference and only 40% goes to the training. So just imagine what, in most cases, you train the model once, and then for over time, just imagine since the GPT-3 model was developed, how many inferences have been made to this model? And what does that cost us, or what does that cost the environment in terms of sustainability and all that? So we look at the global picture, and there is a report that says that by 2027, AI could consume as much power as the Netherlands. And that's how much energy that is estimated. So without change, that means that AI might speed up the climate crisis that is supposed to fix. So we see that the footprint of AI is scaling faster than our renewables, and we are chasing intelligence while outrunning sustainability. So we look at the hidden cost of training a machine learning model. I don't know if we have looked at some of the infrastructure that is used to train machine learning models, or some setups of data centers, but just cooling a GPT-3 used an estimate of 700,000 liters of fresh water. Isn't that enough for all of us to take a shower for years? So you can see the cost of training these machine learning models to our environment. So AI, artificial intelligence, is thirsty, and every prompt that we send can quietly cost a few liters of clean water. And in a warming world, that's a cost that we cannot ignore. So one of the reasons as to why I give this keynote talk is I want us, as we go out from what we have learned, we need to also know how we are going to develop machine learning models in a sustainable environment. So we envision to move from red AI to green AI. We all know that we can, as Africa or Uganda, we can never beat, I can say, Western countries in terms of infrastructure and all that. But how can we beat them? We can beat the Western countries that have invested billions in AI by maintaining sustainability of these models. So the new benchmark for intelligence is not just about size, but it's about the efficiency of these models. Then some of the things that you need to do when you're doing, for example, machine learning model, the model that I explained earlier, I trained 3 models. Of course, these I was making use of pre-trained models, that is the efficient net, mobile net. So you can use such models for fine-tuning. I believe that in the talks that we've heard of things of like fine-tuning. So you don't have to go and train a model that learns how to classify between a cat and maybe something. There are already pre-trained models that you could make use of instead of using billions of parameters to solve a simpler problem. That's one of the ways. And also, the location of our setups also matters a lot, though this is at a high level especially for policymakers. So I'll not give a lot about that. And so when I was making this research, I tried to make some live demos that I would want to encourage us. Maybe if we have some people who do develop ML models, we need a way of tracking our carbon emissions when you are training machine learning models. And this is one of the ways. I believe you have heard of people who do measure AI emissions. Maybe GPT-3 says that during the training of this model, this is the estimation of the emissions that were released during training the model. So in this example, I trained a simple classifier model, and I used the code carbon and to monitor the CPU, the GPU, and the RAM usage, and also the real footprint. So at the end of training the machine learning model, I'm able to track and know how much carbon dioxide and what is the carbon footprint of my machine learning model. So there is a demo notebook. If you get time, maybe we could have a talk and I share that so that you're able to follow along and know how that would work. And I have a graph here that shows an estimate, still from the notebook, of how we say that if a small notebook generates that amount of carbon dioxide emissions, imagine what happens when you're having 10,000 models in production. So, of course, the first step for us to reducing the carbon footprint is by measuring it in our machine learning models. That is a sample of, next slide, please. That's a sample of, in the notebook, how you can be able to track, before you train a machine learning model, you're able to track how much carbon dioxide is being emitted or how much carbon is being emitted by your machine learning model. So, of course, giving this talk, I'm just enlightening us about, as we go out there to develop, we also need to mind about sustainability of the AI models that we do put out there in our environment. So I mentioned it earlier on that one of the opportunities that we have as Africa, we can look at having sustainable AI models rather than just having complex models that do leave a footprint on our environment. So there is this quote that was said by Dr. Monica Musenero, who is the Minister of Science and Technology at the second AI in Health, I believe, AI in Health Africa conference that was at Makerere University weeks back. And so she mentioned something that the only way for us to build sustainable AI is to be creators, not just consumers. AI must be an extension of our skills so that it drives economic development, not just convenience. You'll give it some time and think about it, but she was giving a lightning talk about sustainable AI in our environment. So lastly, as I conclude, like I said, the reason as why I'm giving this talk is to enlighten us about the carbon signature of the AI models that we do train and run. So always make it a point to measure success, not only by accuracy, but also by the efficiency of your models, simply because every line of code we write shapes not just systems, but our planet. Thank you so much.
Wow. That was an amazing talk from Philip. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. I don't know if you guys have also had a good time with this talk like I have, but this talk has really showed me that as we code, as we, use our PCs, every single time there is, something that we are, emitting. There's something that we are maybe affecting the environment with, even knowingly and unknowingly. So for the next session, I would just want to request all of us to just, stand up shortly. Eh? We just shake off, because this session, trust me, you're not ready. You're not ready, guys. Just stand up a bit. Small, please. This is our last talk. This is our last speaker. And you're not ready. Tell your neighbor you're not ready. This session is, just to be alert. Because I believe all of us have, that second-hand laptop that is, I know at least 90% of us do have second-hand laptops. But this session is for all of us. So DJ, I don't know if you can give us a small shake song, eh? People want to kuteme and sing. Yeah, DJ, just a small, shake, and we go into this last session. Neighbor, not to leave, eh? After this one, we are going for the big deal, eh? I know most of us are tired, we are exhausted, but we are about to finish. No worries. You can give them a small sample to show that you have it. Okay. So, after, so here we are having one of our speakers, Mr. Muntu. He's going to give us a session on how to build AI products for Africa with $100 and a second-hand laptop. Guys, how many of you have one? Hasn't this guy come to scam us? All right, so let me give him a chance to give us his talk. And I know it's going to be an interesting one. I hope all of you enjoy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, who is having $100? You shouldn't mind about that one. We shall see how we shall put that one aside. So, my name is Innocent Muntu. Today I'll be talking about AI beyond the hype. Building AI products here in Africa, the reality, not the fiction we always see online every time, okay? So, if I may ask, how many of you think you need $1 million budget and a supercomputer to build AI product? How many? Some of you already think that you can use $100 to do AI products. So we should cross and go for lunch. Oh. So this is what we used of. I'm sorry, I'm going to take like 10 minutes. I'm sorry. 10 minutes are few. So this is what we are used of online. when you look at research labs, they are $1 billion, talk about OpenAI, talk about Google Labs and everything. We are talking about GPU. Who is having a GPU at home? We are talking about the teams of 100 plus engineers, so, and even the state-of-art models that we can't even use or run on our computers. So this is a reality when it comes to building in Africa. First, you have a second-hand laptop, and second, we have free online tools. You know, most of us, we don't pay for those tools. And the real problem, we have a lot of problems here to solve. So, Meet Mkulima Pro, this is a project I reference to. It is live on Presto. It's an AI-powered agricultural product. It has pest and disease detection using computer vision and multilingual. I built that one on my second-hand laptop here, I'm having here. So the challenge is that one, extension farmers, internet searches, giving confusing answers, and also advice being given in English. So I had to solve it. So what it is you snap a photo of any infected part of the plant, and it identifies the pest or disease. You ask a question in your language. Mostly we support like 7 languages right now. And also you can have a marketplace. But now this is I never wanted to talk about the product I built, but now this is this is where the gist is. This is actually what I used, okay? I use ResNet, which is free for pest and disease detection. I use Gemini API, the free tier. I'm not paying. I used Sandbird AI Translate. Also, that one is not paid for. It's free. Development, I used Flutter. I used Python and Google Colab and Cargo. You know, is that one the proper pronunciation? I'm sorry if it is not. Then I'm using Google Cloud Run for CPU deployment, not GPU. So there's no much money. So the step one, of course, was all about training the computer vision model. This one, of course, I searched my data. Most of it was from online. And I trained on free GPUs, the free tier of Google Colab. And when it was not enough, sometimes I ran to Kaggle. They give almost like 30 hours per week, which you can use for free. And you know, the model was around like 140 MBs. That one cannot run on your phone. Or if I deployed it, it will need the GPU. And quantized it to 17, and then deployed it with TensorFlow Lite. Then second, I built a multilingual chatbot. For that one, I use Gemini API, which is free, 60 minutes per request. I used a Sandbird AI Translate. I encourage people who are doing multilingual things here to use that one. And also Flutter for applications. So monthly cost I go for like $10 or $15, which I have to pay per month. So deployment also, I talked about that one. I used Google Cloud Run, CPU, not GPU, and TensorFlow Lite on device, and then Firebase, which is kind of free, authentication and database, free tier, and then Presto, which was one time $25. The real numbers here is upfront costs. That's what it costed me. $25, it's not much. Monthly run is almost like $10. So all around was like $7. But the most interesting part here is I only paid for Presto. Other things we are going to see. We are going to see how I solved it. So we have already free models. So the ResNet 50 I used, of course, is a pre-trained model. So I used transfer learning. For that one, you don't need too long to train your model. Okay, you already have the pre-trained model. So the models we have, you know, we can access them anyway. So Hugging Face has almost like $1,000 pre-trained models. TensorFlow Hub has, or Llama already has. The compute you can use Google Colab, the free tier. Most of the transfer learning stuff is going to be, you can train your model from there and don't need to pay for the pro. And then there is Cargo, like I said, it gives 30 hours to access to GPUs and everything. So you can use that one. Remember, you just need make sure that you verify you use your phone number. That's what is needed. And also deployment, you can use anything. Me, I like here using Firebase. I don't know. Google products corrupted my mind. So here is the most important thing, which I want you to take from here, is we have startup programs which are give out credits for free. Right now I'm using Google for startups. So I have enough credits run even for 2-3 years from now when I'm not paying a penny. There is also AWS Active. There is Microsoft for startups. So when you register for this, okay, you get free credits, so you don't need to keep on paying and paying. So literally you run everything for free. And then we have students program. We have a good chance we have GitHub as a sponsor of today's event. When I was still a student, I think I was still using GitHub. I used GitHub Student Developer Pack for almost like 2 years. So I was able to access the latest models in my Copilot. There is Google Cloud for students where they give credits worth that 300. There is AWS Educate and Amazon Azure for students. So I know most of us here, we are students. So these are tools or offers that are out there waiting to be exhausted. So you don't need also that $100 that I had put in the title. So you can go and use this. And so like I said, I'm using Google for startups for everything. So I'm not literally paying anything to run the applications that I'm now building. So on choosing model, if you have, mostly I'm going to talk about foundation models here. I'm talking about the cloud. I'm talking about ChatGPT or Gemini. But if you have good internet and you know that the people you're serving have good internet, you can go for Gemini, ChatGPT, or cloud. But if you want for your own use, you can use laptop and to run models, local models. There are these small models which you can actually run on your second-hand laptop. And you get your own tools to use. So this one you can't serve it for other people. Maybe if you compile it and start sharing your software on Flash. Also deploying, make sure that you quantize that model. Because when you do, you can run it even on your mobile phone. Or you can, when you actually deploy it, you use a CPU instead of a GPU, so they charge you less. So this is what I encourage, which you can go and, after you've gotten those free tools and free resources, you can go and build maybe a crop disease advisor, or you can build a local language translator. These are small projects, but I tell you they will be solving something big here in Africa, okay? So with those resources here, you will pay zero, I assure you. And also, we have, I think in my tech journey, I've not paid for a course. Everything I learn is probably free. You know, when you go to YouTube, there is Stanford Online. It gives you everything, which people are paying for $700 or whatever. So for data sets also, right now you don't need to go and look for your own data set. Maybe if the problem you're solving is a very specific one, but I can tell you that most of the data sets that you will need are already on cargo or yeah, you find that the data set is already online, so you can go and collect enough data without paying a penny. And also, I encourage people to join communities, because in communities, that's when I don't have to pay. If someone I meet there knows something, I'm going to ask and they are going to give me that mentorship, most probably for free, just because we are in the same community. But when you find them out, they are going to charge you for sharing out their knowledge and everything, or they will ignore you. So building for Africa, you build for Africa, don't build for Silicon Valley, okay? That's sort of problems that we have here. And second, don't wait for perfect internet. For that one, internet here in Africa is still costly. So mostly designed for offline first. And also, don't chase the biggest models, because those ones, you're not going to download them, okay? There's no one who's going to run here a model that has 170 GB on his laptop. Okay, you just build, use pre-trained models and make sure that you go heavy on quantization. So mistake number one, training from scratch. You're going to suffer a lot. Just use pre-trained models. Mistake number two, using big models, like I said. Use small models, which can even be deployed on our phones or laptops. And third, ignoring offline users. Most cases, if you're solving problems that are deep down in the village, maybe you're solving something for healthcare system, and you have those health center 1 or 2, they are deep in the village, they are not going to use that. And waiting for the launch. You start early, launch, and iterate based on the feedback that you receive from the users. So the recap is AI isn't hype if you build real things. Okay, use free tools. They are here for us. You have a lot if you're a student. Start with foundation models. Okay, you don't need to go and build Gemini. Just use their APIs. Design for constraints that we have here. Most of us, we have cheap phones. Okay, try to build for that and ship early and iterate based on the feedback that you receive. Okay. So all links of everything I've talked about, if you're interested and you want to go and use those resources, you can scan this one. It's going to take you to Google Doc document where you will see the list of the links. And for the slides, that's the QR code. I know my slides were a little bit dense, but that was the purpose. Make sure that you go with them and you go through them, okay? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Osen. I don't know if you guys have seen the $100. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen the use of your second-hand laptop amidst its second-hand use. Yeah, so oh, this is better. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are posting. Guys, you don't want to take my gifts, but I hope you're posting and putting the hashtag DevFest Mbarara 2025, putting hashtag DevFest, and also still just talk about our sponsors for the day. We had Sunbird AI, very many talks have talked about Sunbird AI. The first time I heard about Sunbird AI was at the AI Fest, and I'm really seeing it come to life. I hope those that are into machine learning and you need a multilingual model, you look out for Sunbird AI. Yeah, they'll come and also talk more about themselves. But also, maybe another thing is, I don't know if you guys are using the platform for questions. Guys, are you putting in your questions? or you've already forgotten about it, we could just maybe give you a QR code. If you still have any questions, some of our speakers are still around. Feel free to meet up with them and talk to them, ask them. Feel free to ask them. Yeah, because some of them are from Kampala. Get their contacts. You know, you never know. Anytime, anywhere, they could be having your, you know, becoming the best person out there. So just about now, we are going to have a talk from one of our sponsors. I know some of you have already interacted with him. So this is a gentleman from the GitHub Campus Experts. Yeah, I would like to call upon Trevor. So as he's coming, we shall, after him, we shall have our closing remarks and we say goodbye to the day. I hope you guys have had a blast. I don't know if you have had a blast, but I've really enjoyed this day. Someone said one of their expectations for the day was to be wowed. I don't know if they have reached that point of being wowed, but we hope, you know, you've been wowed. And we shall send out feedback links. Please fill in those forms. And, you know, tell us what we should do better for the next year's DevFest. And then also, don't forget, if you have that second-hand laptop, for it to build a model, it should be, you know, fine. So look around for these guys of Mac Z Repair and talk to them. They could help you out with your PC, with your phone, you know, with anything that is wrong with your, you know, your PC. So, okay. I would like to call upon Trevor to give us his short talk.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I expect the highs to be low because we're all starving, but it's fine. My name is Kato Trevor. I'm part of the GitHub Campus Experts program. We're part of the sponsors for today's event, which has been a great event. The GitHub Campus Expert program is mainly an initiative by GitHub to provide resources such as finances, swag of all kinds, such as the stickers, which I gave out. You guys finished my stickers, but I plan to bring more soon. Also educational resources for you to have your projects running. So I'll start with GitHub Education. GitHub Education is the main initiative that makes all this happen. They provide resources to students and also teachers, and you can use them in your projects. I like the previous session. They talked about how you can use the Student Developer Pack, which I'd like to tell you guys about. It includes a number of things such as GitHub Pro and Copilot Pro. You get all that for free as a student. You just, as long as you have your student ID, you can use that in your projects. And I mean, it's a very amazing opportunity. I use it at work, and people think that I pay for it, but I don't. Just that my student ID is still valid. That's what I use, and you get unlimited prompts with premium models. I'm talking GPT-5, Claude 4.5. You get all that as a student for free. I'm going to share a QR code at the end of this for you guys to scan and just get access to that. So if you could move to the next tab. I didn't prepare slides, forgive me. I'm just showing web pages. So this is the student, this is the GitHub Campus Expert program. If you could scroll down. You could just scroll lower. Yeah, so it's no one's going to play our YouTube. We're hungry. Just scroll. Yeah, the pictures. Yeah, so it's an initiative. It's a community initiative by GitHub, like I said, and applications for this program will be next year, July. It's a great program. I've traveled to a number of countries and places, and I've been part of the organizers, the speakers, and all this has been made possible by GitHub. So it would be great for anyone interested in this. I'll be around all day for those interested in joining this program. It's a very great program. So that's the GitHub Campus Experts program. If you could move to the next tab, please. You can skip that one. Move to the next tab, please. Yeah, applications, like I said, are next year, July 2026. I'm glad to say that this year we had 2 people passing the application process. We'll have 2 people in Uganda. For the first time ever, we have more than one person in Uganda being part of this program, which is great, which means we have more access to these great opportunities provided by GitHub. Let's move to the next tab, please. No, not DevFest. We're already there. We're at DevFest. Just open the QR code window. No, not that one. Oh my God. I gave a MacBook user my Windows. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I've just remembered. Okay, let me just skip to the QR code. Okay, so I hope you guys can see it. I'm not sure if I... Yeah, so please scan the QR code. That QR code will direct you to your GitHub profile. So on your, for all those who have GitHub, it will direct you to your GitHub profile on that page. So in that page, it will take you to the to the education benefits section. If you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you will see a button called Start Application, and you just need your student ID with you. You start the application, take a picture of your student ID, and within 72 hours, you'll have access to all of the great things that I mentioned. Stuff such as GitHub Pro, Copilot Pro. That's my best feature. Also GitHub Code Spaces. There are a number of things that you get for free. Also a number of courses too under the Student Developer Pack. All that is available to you as a student. So please don't let this opportunity go. Just maximize it. Yeah, that's all that I had to say. For any questions, I'll be around. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Trevor. I hope you guys have. Personally, I'm excited for the next intake. Yeah, so, look out for it. Make use of GitHub, because I think they also look at how you've been using your GitHub and make use of these student packs. Yeah, so I'm seeing that the faces are very long. Let's Maya come and conclude, give us the concluding remarks, and for our lunch.
All right, guys, when you see me, you know we are going to eat, right? First, I apologize for the delay, but I have to have our sponsor video first come in. Can we have the Sunbird AI video play? You good? Okay. So as you get ready, let's wait for the sound guy. So as you get ready, first, I appreciate each one of you for staying from morning up to here, right? I know some of you have come from KIU, Kabale, BSU, Metropolitan, MAST, and from wherever. I cannot mention all the places. Thank you so much for coming for DevFest. I believe you've had a good experience, right? So I think at 4:45, an email is going to go out. Please give us your feedback. Please respond to that email, right? Give us all the kind of feedback you'd want us to know, anything you feel like we should change, what you learned, anything. Please respond to that email, because it's through that we can know how we can improve and serve you better. Then our next event will be International Women's Day next year. Communication, like always, will be made on email. Please read the email and RSVP immediately, right? Because when you register early, we plan for you. But when you register last minute, we end up not planning for you, right? So the moment you receive that email that shows you that there is a new event from GDG Cloud Mbarara, please register. We might have a couple of events before that. When you get that email, register, right? If you have any questions, any inquiries, the email is gdgcloudmbarara@gmail.com. Just send an email. It can be private. The right people will respond to you. Then the other thing, all your pictures are already up. I'm going to share. You can display the QR code. Just scan the code that I've put here. As long as you took a picture, as long as this gentleman took your picture, you can have it on this code. Just scan it. Then if you captured any picture, feel free to upload it in this album. Are we together? So that if you took someone's picture or you took anything interesting from DevFest Mbarara and you would want us to get it, please add it to this album. Then for the rest of us that this gentleman took pictures of, you can find them on this QR code. Don't forget to post tag GDG Cloud Mbarara both on LinkedIn, on Instagram. I'm going to be able to share, after this, I'm going to share a post email to each one of you, and as well as give you a link to this photo album. Then accounts you can as well as tag. Are you set? Okay, let's have the sound. I'm going to email you guys with the photo album, right? No worries. As long as you registered for the event, you'll get an email with a link.
Hello, I'm Sunflower, created by Sunbird AI for Africa's many voices.
Okay, that is it. Sunbird AI does large language models in Ugandan local languages. So if you're working on any project, machine learning, AI, and you need a large language model that has the Ugandan local languages, you'll just go to sunbirdai.com, right? And explore. I'll still send you an email with the link so that you can explore more and would want to see the kind of projects you'll work on while using these models, right? We are making your work easy, right? Okay, so now, thank you so much for attending. We are going to step out, have a general group picture. Then all the volunteers, all the speakers, you will also stay there for pictures. Then you will pick your lunch as you go. So make sure as you're stepping out, you go with like your luggage. Any questions? Any questions? We're good. Thank you so much once again for coming.
Darker.